YouTube settings, video transition. Hello, hello, hello. We're live again. Are we live here? Can I share my live stream? Or is that not how it works? New. Okay. Interesting. Well. Computers be difficult, I guess. Oh, by the way, I did, while we're faffing around with stuff, real quick, I did actually get okay, so I'm just going to have to share it, like, on this laptop. So I'll do that. So while I'm getting up the chat, I've been messing around a little bit with, compute shader stuff. I should turn this off loop mode, so you don't always hear the same track. Let's see the audio. Yeah, the audio is decent. Turn up the music a little touch. Okay, there we go. Okay, so I'll just share it from here. Right. Fantastic, guys. Let me just get up the chat so I don't miss you guys. Yo, Gemma. Thank you for joining us again. Sorry I was a little late today. Hopefully I can be forgiven. How are you doing anyway? You alright, Gemma? What have you been up to? Outside of that, I'll just explain. So I've been messing around a little bit with compute shaders today, just before the stream. I kind of wanted to do other stuff just before this went live. So what are we going to be doing today? We're going to be continuing our particle shaders. And yeah, oh, thanks for the star. Did I need to turn this on? I thought I had this on. Don't tell me you've turned off again. I literally had this working before. Okay, bear with me. Just make sure this is on. I was testing this earlier today. Oh, no spoilers. Maybe I should, it should at least come up with something. So, Jules, we can at least test that. It is enabled. We do have this here, which is what I was missing yesterday. And... there we go. Okay, so... Okay, so for some reason it was disabled, so that's all I needed to do. Okay, so hopefully now everything's good and we get notifications on screen. Okay, that's what we've been working on before. Thank you for... So there we go. I'm all good. Luca's birthday. I made a salted caramel cake. Woo woo. Whoa, nice. That sounds really sick. Happy birthday to Luca then. I hope he's doing great. Anyway, so we're going to be messing around with particle effects. I'll have to say happy birthday to him. Hi. Hello. Hello. So I'm doing a bit of revision. I think I haven't even shared this thing. One moment. Still getting used to particle effects. Okay, I've shared that with the Discord server. Fantastic. Okay, cool. Now I've done that. So, what have I been messing around with? It's good to see everyone. Thank you for joining us, by the way. I know it's a bit late, so thank you for finding the live stream. I've been playing around with the particle effects a little bit. We have, if I get rid of this, what do we have here? I think we... Okay, so I'm just gonna create this. I'm gonna see how... so I've been playing around trying to get the particles to work. As you can see, they're currently broken. But we did have them working earlier, so I can definitely restore them. I've been trying to get it to... we need to work on the random number generator. Right now we have a random number that takes in seeds that aren't very random. So we need like a number that's constantly increasing by 1 for each invocation of these what is it called? Of these you know, data index, right? You know, so we have this global invocation here, but this gets reset every single time we do basically another draw call. So this basically goes to a particular number. I don't know, let's just say, you know, 1,000, and then it kind of resets back to 0. And that's why we keep seeing the same, like, particles in the same position. It's because the numbers that we're passing in keep repeating. Even if we do get, like, random values out, if we send in hey Ratchet, if we send in the same numbers every single time to the random number generator, which, you know, this is a very basic one, but let's just, you know, assume that's happening. We're going to get the same random number out. That's how random number generators work. So we're constantly seeing the same thing over and over again. And if I run this, oh, okay. Right, so I'll fix that momentarily. But yes, I will not disturb you, but can you share some good resources to learn maths? Hi, base 11 team. Yeah, I can actually. If you just bear with me just a moment, I think I can just copy and paste some resources in chat. Sup, Angelica is a cutie. Let me just grab them. That's just not beam indeed. Right, so I'll just grab what I have. I have like a little roadmap in my Discord community if you're interested in seeing that. But I do have a bunch of maths. I guess I could just post. I wonder if this will all let me do this. Let's see. So this is a super basic introduction to maths. Can I not? All right, give me a minute. I'm on my other computer because I won't be able to. In fact, no, I can. I can just go on my regular computer. I don't know what I'm doing here. This is just I'm making my life harder for no reason. So if you go to here, and look at this guy, this pinned message. You'll see everything in there, but I'll just give you the resources direct because you asked for them. Alright, so we're going to just give you all this. This is the maths I have, but just be aware that I am not that good at maths when it comes to game development stuff. Graphics goes a lot deeper when it comes to maths. So hopefully that pasted over, and I can go into, let's close this, wherever my live stream is. Let's just get that open on this monitor. Just bear with me. And let's just see this lovely 9 people here. Thank you. Okay, so I exceeded the limit count. So yeah, if you just head over to my Discord, you'll find it there. Unfortunately, I can't give it to you all in chat in one go. I ran out of characters immediately. So yeah, head over to that Discord and you'll be able to see. And it's this link in the description if you do want to join. That should take you there. And you've seen how I get there, so yeah. And also thank you for the likes. I don't usually see them. I guess I like my own live stream while I'm here. Right, okay. Let's fix what we've been dealing with. Whoops. Yeah, that's fine. Right, so put that there. So yeah, so good luck. I wish you best on the. So you don't try. Don't just a quick thing about maths. You don't have to go completely crazy with maths. I would say you can learn it incrementally. You don't have to like become an undergraduate level mathematician like overnight. So yeah. Anyway, so let's fix the first thing, which is like me. Now, we had this working before. What did I mess up? It's the particle. Oh yeah. Okay, so let's just restore things to the way they were. In fact, I could Control Z all the way back. I think because we have at least. Okay, so yes, we can't have that there. In fact, I'm going to Control Y. Actually, I changed my mind. I think going all the way back was kind of foolish. So that should be good enough. Right, okay, so we got an out-of-bounds buffery, which is fine. This is kind of like what I've been working on. So I've been trying to work on this fact that we have two issues. We have the numbers aren't random enough, so we can't get enough values out randomly. And the second thing is that the buffer that I'm writing to is sometimes too small. And I think, just for everyone, I have really tried to... oh, flippin' heck, that's incredible. That's actually really good. Well done, Ratchet. I feel like my VRAM is climbing quite quickly. because I haven't done any data compression on these particles, which there's a lot of them. Anyway, I think I have properly set up, I think, events, maybe. I pray. Fingers crossed. But I was missing this yesterday, so fingers crossed that it actually does it. But who knows? So, you know, if someone subscribes to the YouTube channel, it should pop up, I think. I pray. I'm not gonna... don't worry about trying to test it or anything. We'll just see if it works, and then we'll go on. So, yeah, so I'm going to fix this out-of-bounds buffer read, I think. Oh, yeah, this was the mistake I made here, which is kind of stupid. I overwrote. I have 2 gigs of VRAM. I can't go past that in my own project. Yeah. There we go. Okay, so the problem is we're having right now is, I think we talked about this last time, but if I go to these particles, despite them moving, I could just get ahead of them a bit. They're all in the same place as the shockwave goes out. There's a lot of particles basically just in the same place because I'm replacing them over and over and over again in the same place, which isn't good. And if I randomize the position as well, sorry, randomize the speed. So I take this value and do this as well. When I started, I only had 512 total work. Wow, there you go. How do you actually know your mega? Is that something you see in Nsight, by the way? How do you measure that stuff? So even if we, you know, do like a pseudo explosion where everything kind of expands out, even then we get like a lot of like repeating particles in the same position, despite everything kind of expanding out. And the only reason that we don't see everything's still traveling at a constant speed because it's velocity. So these are still traveling out the same speed, but it looks like it's slower because the rest are moving at a very slow speed instead. So yeah, you know what? I'm gonna risk it because I don't want to happen. This is gonna be a bit strange. Can you just bear with me just a moment? I am just going to see if this works, so I can confirm 100% if it works or not. So I'm going to do something a bit strange. Effectively, just hold your horses. There we go. Okay, so it. Hopefully you saw something on screen. So that does work now. I kind of obviously donated to myself. So you know, I did fix the things yesterday. Thank goodness. So there we go. Unfortunately, because YouTube takes the cut, yeah, the 30 minus percent glitch indeed. I did want to make sure that worked though, because yeah. So I basically just donated money to YouTube there. So that's how that goes. But it's not too expensive. So hopefully you saw something on the screen that played. But I wanted to show you guys at least. I have sorted that out from yesterday. Yeah, big quacking noise. I thought that was kind of funny. Okay, cool. Because I was a bit nervous things weren't working. They should work because I turned them off earlier. But there we go. I think it's the first and last time I'll probably donate to myself. But anyway, let's continue. So yeah, we're going to work on particle effects today. I want to make like a couple of different particle effects so I can at least start in the direction of making something useful, right? Yeah, mine is yeah, paying YouTube the privilege to stream on their platform. 95. Yeah, it's a yeah bit of a strange move, but yeah, like I said, I wanted to make sure 100% that you guys do end up. Anyway, it's that's over now. Thanks for letting me do something a bit odd. Now, what else do I want to do? So, as far as I'm aware, this is correct, where we have an instance index. Oh, and also, I should mention that I'm wasting a ton of space here. I understand now, when I was reading my notes earlier today on indirect. Okay, I can probably put on the timer now. Let's randomize the playlist. If I look at yeah, escape point is graciously supporting smaller platforms like YouTube. There we go. Indeed. Yeah, so I think I lost the. I don't know if I get taxed on it, but I think at the very least I've lost 33p. But it is what it is. It is a bit odd that you can donate to yourself, I do have to admit. So I was reading my notes on this, and what they do actually is they store the particle set data in a separate buffer that is then indexed into via a bit mask. So for example, if I have like light emitting particles, they have this separate buffer that's one-to-one with the actual particles themselves. And you basically, if you want to figure out what it actually does, then you do this bit masking operation, and you unpack the data on the shader, and then you actually do then you actually then you can basically save a bunch of memory. Did you choose Vulkan for the challenge? I chose it for cross-platform ability, and it was just newer. Probably not the best judgments for if an API is worth using. I just wanted to make sure that my code would be supported, on newer hardware in the future, effectively. The subscribing alert does not work, by the way. That's unfortunate. Let's see. I think you may have. It should have come up here. I don't really know why. There should have been a subscriber thing. Weird. Yeah, because there's my message. We got someone called Bruno who subscribed 13 minutes ago, but I think I accidentally turned it off earlier. Let me just check. I don't want to. I'm a bit paranoid by this, so hopefully you can bear with me just a moment. I'll turn this off for a minute. You've seen what it looks like, so I think I can. Is it on? I think it is, yeah. Yeah. So, go to general settings. No, I think it is on. Oh, this is all about something else, I think. Yeah, this is all about moderation, really. And a bad word list. But anyway, I'll worry about subscribe things later. Oh, a friend subscribed and it didn't work. Interesting. Okay, sorry to be a bit of a. I just want to see if I've missed something. I don't think I have. Is it not working? I don't know. It's not come up here, I don't think. Ugh. Why? I thought I did good. No, everything's in here. I don't know. I don't know why that didn't happen. I don't know. I literally don't know. So to save this turning into a debug stream, I'm gonna have to leave that as not working. And then if stuff does work, I don't know. Oh, there we go. Look there. Okay. There we go. Something happened. There we go. So we got a silly notification coming up now. Anyway, how should I start with OpenGL? Because Vulkan is too hard. I would go to... If you found Vulkan too hard, make sure that your background in C++ or whatever language you're using. Every stream is a debug stream. That's true. So make sure your language that you're using is like you're okay with your language. You want to make sure that it's not getting in the way, because that's kind of frustrating, right? If you're trying to, I'm talking to Slav here, so Slav, hopefully you're hearing me. So make sure that your C++ or whatever language you're using is very good, right? I've been told, I don't know very much about OpenGL. I'm not very good at OpenGL specifically. I've used YouTube series online. OGL Dev is quite good. Learn OpenGL is like the standard that everyone sends you to. So Learn OpenGL is a good one to go with. Yeah, type in OGL Dev on YouTube and he has a bunch of OpenGL stuff. And Learn OpenGL. I think it's called Learn OpenGL, right? Yep, Learn OpenGL. Yep, this website is good. It's not perfect. There are some small things that kind of that aren't like okay. It makes a little mistake with the normal matrix, but it's not that important. Generally speaking, you should just try and get something on the screen that kind of looks good. But yeah, I would say also OGL Dev, I think. Is a good one on YouTube. If my YouTube works, yep. Here's a bunch of OpenGL series that kind of take you through from beginner to like some more advanced graphics techniques. So yeah, there we go. Oh my goodness, thank you. There we go. That's really kind of you. Thank you for the €5. That's I very much appreciated. Thank you so much. There we go. That's very kind of you. There's something for your efforts. Thank you for supporting the stream. Honestly, it's I'm so grateful for this community. It's honestly really, I feel like a small streamer, so it's like I almost feel like I don't deserve it, but you know, you guys are like kick ass, so it's very much appreciated. Thank you so much, honestly. And hopefully you're enjoying this silly sound effect that plays once you donate. Now all currency is good, Angelica is a cutie. It's you gotta not everyone has the you gotta remember that, you know, like sometimes like if someone donates something that's like, you know, has a bad conversion rate, it's just it could be equally as expensive, right? So it's like, you know, it's very much appreciated regardless. So yes, honestly, thank you so much. Anyone who donates is honestly, you don't have to, as long as you guys are enjoying the stream. That's important to me. That's the most important. Well, the second most important. The first most important is I actually get good at programming, because that's the whole point of doing this. Outside of that, though, the second most important is that you all get value out of this. So you know, yeah, everyone's job in here is to just chill and kick back and enjoy and have fun and whatever that way, assuming you're following the rules in whatever way that may be. You've gotten. You've gotten it to work. Yeah. We got it working. Yep. The nice thing. Hello, just watching. So yeah, sometimes the notifications might be a bit delayed if you've just subscribed. Yeah, honestly, yeah. It's good enough. You'll learn a bunch of stuff. I like how my donation has more likes than the stream. There you go. But yeah, it's very much appreciated. I guess that's the thing. Anyway, let's dive into this. So, what are we going to be doing today? We're going to be trying to replicate some particle effects. We're going to be trying to increase the amount of like I said. So I'm gonna start diving into this a bit then. Now real life stuff is finished. It's over. Sell everything. All right. So, yes, we're back at it again. So we have the... What do we have here? So what do we have? Let's, so we have this. So what do we want to do? So this is the how many particles we got. Let's take a step back here. So I'm going to investigate how many particles we got. For me, it's stuck between 3 and 4 and 10. Now it's saying 10. Oh, you're talking about the the top fan thing. Yes. Yeah. I think generally, if you like the stream, you get if you just want to support the stream and you don't have and you want to get more XP, you can always like it if you haven't. So hopefully that comes up with something. There we go. Yay! Okay, so that also works as well. I wasn't quite sure. There we go. Thank you for the tool jewels there. We get the quacking noise for everything. Okay, everything's good. Everything's good. Thank you. Thank you for the lovely 2 jewels. And I'm sorry, Gemma, that you you missed it popping up on stream earlier. If you're still here, I had them unfortunately disabled. Anyways, so yes, I want to see how many. Yes, it's so big. Yeah. If it's way too distracting and everyone hates it, I'll disable it. But for now, I thought, you know, because I want you guys to know I very much appreciate it. I thought it would just basically make it as big as the whole screen. So, all right. So we have 40,000, and if I reduce this to, oh, there we go. Like another 2 sparkles. Thank you so much. Fills up the whole screen because I don't mind, like, literally no one has to donate to me at all, so you know, despite I don't know exactly what the system it works with YouTube, but regardless, I would very much, you know, be thankful for you guys for helping me out in the stream. Anyway, what have we got here? So this is 10k, and what I'm going to do is I'm just going to reduce the number and just see like where does it start to look kind of less than this. Because that's the first thing I want to figure out is, you know, if we're at 50,000, are we actually, bro, just spam it, yeah. You know, because I feel like, okay, so that's 500 particles. And it looks basically the same, but I think there is less here. Oh, it's 5,000 particles. Okay, let's reduce it down to 50, right? So this should be noticeably bigger. Yeah, I felt bad yesterday, so I wanted to make sure that... Can you draw 10k Doug particles eventually? Yeah, that's the goal. We're gonna slowly work up to stuff like that. I do want... Okay, so 50 is obviously... Yeah, that's 50. Okay, cool. So 100... I'm just going to slowly build up again, so we can see kind of like where it kind of just looks like it's the same amount of particles every single time, so that we can see like... You know what? You know what I should be able to do, actually? I just realized. If I put this back at 10... Yeah, 100... 100k? Do I want to do 100? It's a bit laggy. What I'm gonna throw this into render dock at 40k. And just see kind of like how many draw calls we have and all that kind of thing. What's the max amount of particles you can render before it starts to hurt your frame rate? It depends. If I render 1,000,000 particles, that does work unless you're staring at all of them. So what I mean by that is like if they're all in one place, then the GPU gets really inefficient. It can't do that very well because it's like drawing over itself, I think, over and over and over again. But once I see 1,000,000 particles spread out, then everything's fine. So it's all about like, I don't quite know exactly why that's happened. I think I know enough that If I have 10,000 particles all in one place and I look at it and get really close to it, it gets really slow. But if I have 10,000 particles spread out, then it's completely fine. You can see this actually, the way this is explosion. So like 1 particles, yeah. Overdraw nightmare, basically, yeah. So, you know, it's fine, but like the frame rate starts to slow down if I'm really close to some of these guys. Whereas like, yeah, I can show you actually with 1,000,000. So let's just make sure I'm actually doing 1,000,000, otherwise I'll explode the GPU. So it's 1,000,000 particles, right? And we saw this yesterday, I think. And yes, we get basically an overdraw nightmare situation happening. So like, it's super terrible, but then, you know, if I zoom out, if I can, there we go, look. Give it a minute. Like, the frame rate starts to recover as you see I'm moving away from it, like I'm getting more frames. And now it's like kind of like basically back to where it was, right? So, the problem is right now is a lot of particles are kind of drawing on top of each other at 1,000,000. So I'm trying to fix that today and see. Oh yeah, the edges are because of the transparency. I need to order the transparency. So there's this thing in graphics where it's awkward, right? Transparency is one of the harder things to do. In you know, alpha testing and transparency are always a pain in the neck when you have a lot of things in the scene, and because the things aren't ordered relative to the camera. Sometimes they're drawn in the right order, and sometimes they're not. So they end up when a particle is like out of order, you'll see it kind of overdrawing everything, even though, you know, it shouldn't do because it's some transparent parts. So yeah, we're gonna be tackling all that kind of stuff today. So yeah, we can get up to 1,000,000, but like I said, we can't actually render 1,000,000. Well, we can render 1,000,000 technically, but they're rendering on top of each other. So what I'm gonna do is throw this into render doc and see how many draw calls we've got, because I need to see how many draw calls, how many instancing that we're doing. Like, am I doing the instancing properly? And can I then like work with shared data to make sure that we're getting different random numbers each time? And yeah, so that's what we're going to try and do today. So and we're going to try and add some new particle effects if we can. I don't know what because we do have an emission point, so we're going to try and transform the emission point. We're hopefully going to increase the size of the particles maybe today as well, because we do have a particle size. We have a particle set, and a particle set has data in it that can be used to change things, right? So hopefully we can like change the transformation of like where the particles start from, and maybe change the color as well on top of the texture. We are already using the texture ID and texture coordinates, but yes, I want to try and use these type of things today so we can hopefully have some more interesting effects. A lot of this will just be like looking up maths and seeing like how do I do a spray effect, right, where it's like all particles come from one direction. I'm not going to worry about age yet. I know obviously that we need to disable particles once they've like lived for a certain amount of time, otherwise we'll just slow down if we keep spawning in particles over and over again, we'll very quickly exceed 1,000,000, and then everything will go down to no matter how optimal my GPU driven rendering is, we will eventually grind to a halt. So we need to also deal with particles that need to be hidden, but that's kind of tricky because particles, deleting something out of a buffer, I should say, is hard. So I'm going to try and maybe tombstone them. I don't know if that's a good idea. I don't know if that makes the buffer too big. So there's a lot of there's a lot of things like that till it tells you the age. Yeah. Indeed. And then we have to delete them. Anyway, so there's a lot of things like that we're going to have to kind of work on. This particle thing is probably going to take some time. I'm not going to spend too long on it. I don't want to spend basically... I'm limiting to myself to like a certain amount of time, right? I don't want to spend on this like too long. So yeah, we're gonna hopefully try and make a bit of progress. And I'll just read this out loud. So I have been watching your streams a lot, although I don't really understand much, but I love seeing you code and talk about it. Oh, thank you so much. That's really nice. That's really kind of you. Good wishes and best of luck with your coding journey. Love from India. Thank you so much. I really much appreciate that. Yeah, I'm glad you're finding value out of these streams. So yes, it's always a pleasure to get a nice compliment like that. Render integer limit particles. Yeah, we've got to do. I don't quite know like the meta. I'm getting there. I feel like this is the meta right now, but I don't know how to use it properly yet. I'm poorly using the meta strategy when it comes to particles. There are more optimizations I'm going to have to do, like compressing the data down so there's less data in the particles. Right now, this is a waste. But all this will come like we need to pack the data better basically, because this is, if we're going to have like millions of particles, maybe plural. It's just because the time zone. Honestly, Angelica is a cutie. You know, Indians are awake right now. Typically, it's like after work, but for them at this point, really. So yeah, this is a bit of a waste. And so we'll work with that. So there's like a couple of things that we're going to do, but I also don't want to spend forever on this. Anyway, enough ramble. So the first thing that we need to do is render doc. So let's continue on with this. So I think, I don't think I've turned off, actually. Let's stop this build. That's true. Yeah, Angelica is a cute. Yeah, Yip Tag has a real good point there. Yeah, I'm grateful that anyone's watching, to be honest. It's lovely to have you guys, and, you know, I don't mind, you know, who's watching, to be honest, or where they're from. Yeah. There's a lot of good Indian engineers out there. Right, so let's copy our shaders over. I'm going to see if I'm getting everything correct. That was me editing the thing earlier today. Right, so what I want to do is go into here and take our shaders out, move them over as well once the release is done. So we should have all our shaders kind of running at the same time. Love from Morocco. Oh, nice. Thank you for joining us. So Zorano, hopefully you're having a great day. It's good to see you, my man. It's like going to a math competition and being surprised there are a lot of Chinese kids. Yeah, that's true. It just is the culture. Yeah. Okay, so we got like nice particles that are all exploding out very quickly, which is completely chill. Right, let's throw this into render doc. Let's get our render doc open. Let's build this up. Let's type this in. So just getting up my render doc. Yo, I'm new to C++ and Vulkan. I've been wanting to make a game from scratch with Vulkan and C++. What do you think? I think anyone could do it, yeah. It just takes diligence and persistence. You know, some people tell you that it's impossible, but, you know, there's going to be some people out there that just do it because they decided to do it, right? So a lot of it is just deciding to do it and sticking at it for a very long period of time. So yeah, just keep it on, and you'll do well. Okay, so close that, loads the frame. I'm just going to make sure that so we have a command dispatch, and hopefully we have, yes, okay, so that's very good. That's exactly what I wanted to see. We have different draw calls. Unfortunately, this is the problem, right? This is one draw. This is another drawer. They're drawing in exactly the same place. This is another drawer. They're drawing in exactly in the same place. What does RenderDoc do? It's a tool to debug your... So what it does is it takes a frame and it sits in between you and the graphics driver, and it records the commands that you're sending to the graphics driver. This allows me to see things that you can't see bit by bit, right? So you can see, like, for example, it draws the ducks, then it draws the rocks, then it draws the debug geometry, then it draws... You know, because this is, you know, then it draws the skybox. These are the things that are hard to see that are happening per frame. So yes, we need to fix this at the moment. I thought we were fixing this. Right, I think there's two things that could be wrong here. I'm not entirely sure what it is. If I increase the instance count, do I get more things rendered? That's the next question. So yeah, it's a tool for debugging. I highly recommend, if you're going to do graphics programming, Silk, definitely get in on RenderDoc. And learn how to use it. It's invaluable for graphics, in my opinion. All right, so let's see here. If I can actually... So what I'm going to do is I'm going to increase... So I think, if I remember correctly, a prime number... that is closer to 2000 is 2001, or 20,001, sorry, and we need to make sure this is one less than that, so that is equal to this. And in theory now we should see more particles in the same place. I'm not entirely sure if it's instance based that's causing this to go wrong or not. So okay, that's good. I can't really tell, so we're gonna have to go into RenderDoc again. So we should see, I think, one less draw call. Nope, that's not RenderDoc. So let's have a look. No. So I'm going to start, capture a frame, and see what that saw. So we should have, one, I believe, one less draw call. Sorry, one less... Oh, interesting. Oh, I didn't copy over the shader. Okay, so yes, that was a shader change, and that didn't copy over. One moment. Shader. Nope, that's the textures. Alright, so grab all these. Oh, we need to replace some of these. Oh, you're right, actually, yeah, sorry. Is that right? Yeah, I thought that was prime, but maybe not. Let me see. The closest number... There's an algorithm that we can use online. Closest... prime to 20k. Alright, so yeah, you're probably right there. But okay, calculate. So I don't know how it's working this out, but it does give us a number eventually. Oh yeah, sorry, wrong way round. That was it. Is there a prime after that? No, we'll just use that for now. It's a little less, but that's fine. Yes. I don't know why I thought that. There must have been a different number. Oh, I remember now. I remember. It was 16,001. That was the one I was remembering. I got it mixed up. Okay. Apologies. And again, we'll just reduce this by 1. There we go. I'm downloading it right now. Where should I start with OpenGL, then move on to Vulkan? It depends. There are 2 paths, but I do have, like people said in the Discord, I do have a roadmap. If you do want to join my Discord, there is, if you go on the resource channel on our Discord server, you should see a pinned message up there that tells you what to do. In what order of things to do. There are 2 paths to take, generally speaking. There is the OpenGL approach, and then to go into Vulkan, and then there is the just straight Vulkan approach. I explain on there in text like what the differences are. Hi Vikings, hello. Thank you joining us. Thank you for the compliment there. Okay, so that should be good. I don't know if that's improved things, so we'll have to see. Yep, that didn't break though, so that's good to know. And now we need to copy over the shaders because we did change them again. So yeah, and also I should mention that I'm also learning all this as well. So I'm not an expert. I don't feel like an expert, at least. I don't know what people would call me, to be honest. So you know, when I'm giving out advice on stream about like how to learn stuff, I'm with you guys also trying to learn stuff. So, oh, there we go. We got some jewels. Hey, thank you for the jewels there. Thank you for the lovely star. Okay, so let me fix the... Okay, that's unfortunate. No problem. I can send you a fresh Discord link. Thank you for letting me know about that. Even though I set it forever, sometimes the Discord link just decides not to work. So I'm just going to send you a lovely fresh one that'll last for 7 days. Yeah, thank you for letting me know, and I'll probably... There we go. It shouldn't have, because you can set them for forever. Like, what is it called? Never but it... I don't understand it. Every single time this happens, this has happened more than once, by the way. So it's not just your computer or anything. Anyway, let's capture a frame. So hopefully that should be a capture a frame. There we go. Thank you for whoever subscribed. I think that's a subscription. Yeah. There we go. Okay. So we get a quick... So it should flash up like for a small period of time if you've subscribed, and longer if you've donated. Anyway, let's not dwell on that though. Right. So what I'm interested in here is the texture view. This is fine. So there we go. Thank you for the sparkles. Thank you. It says invalid link. Interesting. Okay. I don't know why it would do that. Let me try one more time. Let's try invalid link. Try that one. If that doesn't work, we'll keep trying until we get it works, basically. If that doesn't work, that I sent you there, we'll try another one. Okay, so I think we are getting more... Oops, we are getting more resources being rendered. So it's... I think what ends up happening now, then, if I look around at the scene... let me just look around at the scene instead. We are getting 20,000 particles rendered. But... oh, that one worked. Fantastic. Okay, great. I think... Okay, so I think what's happening here is it's not... Okay, so I can say for sure that part of the problem is the... Yeah, I think I know what to do. Okay, so I think I'm gonna tackle the vertex shader real quick and see if I can... So I think I'm gonna tackle the particle vertex shader. Hello, what's up? I'm new to this channel, by the way. Just wanted to ask. Open source engine. Yeah, there should be an MIT license. And keep it up. You gained a sub, and thank you very much. That's very much appreciated. Yeah, it should be linked in the description. My engine, if you're interested in looking at it. So yeah, feel free to be inspired by a couple of things. Open source, but I'd rather gatekeep, to be honest. Just be aware, though, that this engine is meant for my specific use case rather than a general purpose game engine. So that might change things. Alright, so that didn't work how I wanted. I swear the... Okay, so let's... No, that wouldn't work anyway. Let me think. So... We need like a base setup, you know, like let's just say that we've got a new draw call. We need, I think, instances per draw call, which is the instance count, which we can send in. I don't know if we have access to any of these variables in the vertex shader, to be honest. So let's look at the OpenGL. So what I thought this was in the compute shader problem, but I think it's actually a... Because I do want to render 1,000,000 particles properly, so they're not just rendering on top of each other. And yeah. So vertex shader, right? Got it, boss. I'm also coding an engine in C++. Oh yes, another cool engine dev. Nice. With OpenGL named War Axe. Love that. Making an engine is a great journey. It is indeed. I just found an absolute gem of a channel. This is exactly the type of stream I should be watching. Oh, that's really nice. Just specifically, yeah, raw C++ and Vulkan. You gained a subdeed. Oh, thank you, Sil. Silk. Appreciate you guys joining us. I'm very grateful, honestly. Right. What do we have? We have draw ID. Now, if I multiply the draw ID by instance count and it's 1. So let's just see. I think this is just going to be right. This might get a buffer out. Okay, this is probably not going to work because if this is more than 1, we end up with a bad situation. So what I'm looking for here is, because we have two draw calls, 0 and 1. What I'm hoping that we get is everything drawn on top of itself once. So, and then because we have 2 draw calls, and then everything kind of drawn normally. As opposed to cook C++. Well, you know, some people code C++ in a very strange way. Let's put it that way, eh? Right. So I believe, hopefully, I can see a particle kind of like a gigaparticle. I don't think we're gonna find it. Let's see if I can set the particle set based on the draw call. So instead, what I'm going to do is I'm going to change the color. So if I take this out and do this, let's just see how that works. Yo, hello. I could never stream because this, it's so nice of you. Thank you for the compliment, etc. It doesn't bother me. Honestly, it's right. So we should see. Okay, so we only see 1. Right. Okay. It's hang on. Let me think about this. So how do I debug this? Good morning, Relics. Good to see you again. I'm super non-verbal, so I prefer to shut up. Fair enough. Yeah. Well, you see what I'm like. Sometimes I end up reading a chat completely wrong and not understanding what people say. So there's pros and cons to reading out chat. Right. So what I'm trying to do here is I can probably set the particle set maybe by how many. Yeah. Okay. So what I'm going to do actually, I'm also going to go into my compute shader and change the. When I can change the particle set, I think. Yeah, so this and how do I want to do this? I did streams without voice at first, but since I have a mic, I'll try to do it with a mic. You can read my chat for me, thank you. Yeah, sometimes I'm literally genetically not good at reading, ironically. Which is quite funny to think about. I ain't built for that. I ain't built for the reading. If you don't know what I'm talking about, I've got dyslexia. That's what I'm saying. I'm not just being insane. Well, maybe I'm being both. Anyway, so let me think about this for a minute. So if I want to change the particle set, I want to say that the draw call count is equal to this for now, because we have 2 draw calls. This is not going to work, and hopefully that kind of works out. So we only see We only see blue, which is not good. I want to see red as well, but I think we go into the vertex shader and change. Why don't we only see red? Sorry, why don't we see red? Oh, yeah, let's get rid of this. Right, okay, so the problem is we don't see any red because we're never exceeding past that point. So in theory I could hack in a +10 and see 10 reds, I guess. Assuming that we've read further into the buffer. I'm actually not sure, so I'm going to assume that the offset does exist and we can do this. Hello Monchi, how you doing, dude? Yes, I'm making a game engine in C++ and Vulkan. And I call myself dyslexic, yeah, pretty often. So do we see any red? So I'm going to increase that again, maybe. I don't want to go too far because I don't know how far in the... Let's go 1,000, right? This is a big offset. No. I don't see a single... I mean, maybe red's a bad color. Turn this off, actually. Can we spot any red? No, not really. Right, okay, so, yeah, we need to be rendering more than this. This is not enough. So I'm kind of curious, then. I wonder if this isn't... Okay, let's just do something stupid, then. So this shouldn't work. This should be an out-of-bounds buffer read. And I'm doing this on purpose because I want to see past this point, right? No, still no red. Right, okay. Green is the most visible color, by the way. You are right. Yeah, I was thinking about adding a blue one. You're not wrong. So, but if I keep increasing this, is this just gonna forever ignore what I'm doing? I'm gonna make a sanity check after this. If this... Okay, I'm starting to be convinced that this is not actually working at all. I think if I, you know... If I do this, sanity check time, right? This shouldn't work at all. Obviously, this is too big. I don't think it even works in the compute shader. Oh, yeah, the number is too big, fair enough. How big is that? Okay, so that should... Is that too... Okay, it's too big. Whoops. Double clicking, thank you. Alright, so how big's that? Yeah, so it's completely ignoring it. Which is annoying. But anyway, right, so that's good to know though, because this is not... I think what we're going to have to do then is maybe see if I can do the same thing. So instance count, or instance, I guess, is equal to that plus... Now, question, does that change anything? I don't know if I don't know if that's going to actually do anything. Oh, hi Flame. That's just an extension. Unfortunately, there are annoying... The extension doesn't quite understand what we're doing, so it kind of like doesn't like it basically flags a bunch of stuff that isn't errors. So yes, okay. So that that didn't do anything either. How do I do this? This is really interesting. But I heard to render a triangle, you have to write 50x more code than an OpenGL. It depends on what you're trying to do and in what OpenGL version. I think you could probably say 50x maybe if you're talking about OpenGL 1.1. That can fit in on a screen, rendering a triangle. But anything else? It takes about 700 to 900 lines of code ish. I'd say like 700 honestly to draw a triangle in Vulkan. But you're doing a lot more, right? I like the title of your game is the game. Yes. I deliberately make it look bad. Well, I'm making that look bad, like unfinished, because it's not. I don't want it to. I don't want you to think that's what it's going to look like. So this is just an indication to new people that this is definitely a work in progress menu. Right, we haven't finished the menu yet. Mostly it was a proof of concept. How to get the 2D renderer to work and click on buttons and stuff. So yeah, it's very deliberately simple, let's put it that way. It takes like 20 lines to draw a sprite. What do you... I don't know what you're referring to there, Angelica is a cutie. Alright, so let's think. So these intrinsics I don't think can be added to. Let's investigate what actually this is doing. I understand how to use it, but I don't understand like why it's not adding. Yeah, okay, so let's okay, the variable point size, okay, it's intended for, no, we don't care about that. Clip distance. Right, so the instance ID, which is the same as instant index, is a vertex shader input variable that holds an instance number of the current primitive to an instance draw call. Wait, I just realized, yes, whip equals work in progress. It does indeed. It took me a while too, honestly. I think I asked one of my artist friends when I was like 16 or 17, like, why do you call everything whip? It was like, it means work in progress. I was like, oh. It's only present and not targeting Vulkan. Yep, okay. If the primitive does not count the instance draw calls, then the instance ID is 0. That's fine. Okay, so vertex import. How do I do anything with these variables, right? If a vertex is not invoked by multi from a draw command, then... okay, so this is always 0. Interesting, so... What is it talking about here? This could be OpenGL. Is this OpenGL? Okay, so the draw ID is a vertex shader import that holds the index of the draw command in which the current vertex belongs. Right, okay, so if the vertex is not a multi, I don't think there's any, is there multi draw commands in Vulkan? I don't think there are. So CMD, multi, I don't know, draw? Is that a thing? Okay, it is apparently, but it's an extension. To record an ordered sequence of draws which have no state change until you call them. What? Hi, interesting last video. I liked it. Thank you very much. So it's 20 lines to draw a sprite for you, and yes, 700 to 900 lines to draw a triangle for you. Yeah, it is for me. Yeah. But the thing is, for those who are like, oh, that sounds impossible. Why is Vulkan so difficult? It's gonna take you, let's say, 50-ish lines of code to draw a model. On top of that triangle, so you have that triangle code, right? And then you want to draw a model on the screen. It's going to take you an extra 50 lines of code. So you're setting up a bunch of work to help yourself in the future. That's why Vulkan is so difficult to get started with. But that's the idea with Vulkan. Eventually, you know, it's designed not to draw triangles. That's why it's difficult to draw a triangle. And like our new friend has come in and said, yes. Most of those 700 to 900 codes are boilerplate anyway, so you know, you write that once and that's it. You don't have to do it again, assuming you've done it correct, which, you know, it's harder, easier said than done. So yeah, I'm going to assume this is an OpenGL reference when it says multi. So But it is suggestive that... Okay, so I'm going to just set this to 1. I feel like I'm going insane a bit here. Particle set is 1, which is the other particle set that I've got. So it should be red. Like... No, it's... What? Bruh. Why is the same particle set? So, let's just go through our particle sets real quick. Okay, so that makes a lot of sense why things weren't working. Good. I'm glad I did a sanity check. Maybe I should reduce the... Okay, so... what am I doing? What am I trying to do here? I'm trying to go into my particle renderer, and I'm looking for this. Yeah, so we have 2 particle sets. 1. Now, if I go into my compute shader and I set this to 1, right? That's the other particle set. I don't mess around here. Okay, now it works. Okay, that's red. How long have you been coding C++? I recently started learning myself. I kind of was on and off for many, many years. So I started in 2011. But don't let that discredit you, dishearten you or anything like that. I wasn't very serious at the time. I started to take it seriously in 2017 and really start to get really into it in 2024. So, like I was a professional C++ developer since 2019. Oh no, 2018. So, I had learned a load of C++, but like I really took my programming to the seriously when I was in 2024, really, when I started recording my times and stuff. Meaning, the reason I bring all those up is because you can get good very quickly if you want to, right? So I don't want you to think, oh, 2011, oh no, it's going to take too long to learn C++. You can definitely learn C++ faster than I did. Right, what is going on here? So we have the particle set to 0, but when I'm in the vertex shader, as far as I'm aware... No, wrong vertex shader. Where is it? Particle vertex shader. Particle set is equal to 1. It's like it's not affected. Is this... I'm a bit confused here. I'm going to go and debug just real quick. Everything requires consistency 100%, without a doubt. Seriously. I say consistency and persistence, right? Sometimes you need to bang your head against the wall long enough to break it down, and that's being persistent. Consistency is just turning up every day and doing the same thing. It's easy to code when you want to. It's hard to code when you don't want to, and then that's how you get better. Alright, let's get rid of this. Okay, so it's blue again. Right, fine. And also, see, there's people who are like, I think this kind of goes back to drawing, right? People, it's very common to people say, like, I've been drawing since I was a kid, right? But that doesn't necessarily mean you're any good at drawing. That's a very common thing, right? Relics has said, learning C++ is a constant thing for me, but if I have the programming understanding and at least one syntax, then the others get easier. 100%, yeah. That's why I say let's like I would personally suggest, if anyone's like learning to program, because of what Relics has said, and I've had the same experience as well, get good at one language over learning loads. Just because you get like this depth of understanding that you can't really get if you keep hopping languages, from my experience at least anyway. And I think what Relics would be saying as well. I'm coding C++ for a year, I guess, because I switch languages. Yeah, thanks for the reactions, guys. My stubbornness is the only reason I'm coding at all. Hell yeah. Anyway, so let's keep going. So what have we got now? We've got blue, which we're not interested in. And so if I change this to 2, so this doesn't exist, so but this shouldn't affect anything, so I don't know why it would care. Yes, we've got an error now. I'm not going to try and investigate what that is. But I'm starting to think that we're not touching the... Does this affect anything? Okay, so I think it compiles, right? Yeah, so it's compiling it, but I... Oh. Thank you for the 10 joules. There we go. So I'm glad that works, because sometimes I'm not always looking at the chat. Press F for respect indeed. Haskell got me hooked. Left, kept coming back, and repeatedly till the thing kind of clicked. Yeah, that's nice work. Let's just stick with Haskell if you want to be really good at one language. My first language was Python, then I switched to C++, C, and C#, TypeScript, and JavaScript. Yeah, that's often what people suggest. I think learn Python first, but I don't necessarily think it's always a good idea. Especially if you want to do game development stuff like I'm doing, or like other people are doing in the chat. Then, but you know, if you learn Python well, then learning C and C++ won't be that much difficult. Won't be that much more difficult, apart from memory. As far as I'm aware, anyway. I've heard that C++ is really hard to learn, according to my friend. He said the same thing. So, all right, delete this. And I don't know many languages. That's the other thing. It's funny. So I'm just going to try and compile all my things again. Because I'm not convinced that we're getting the same... okay. Where's my compile shader thing? So, rebuild. Okay. So it's not... I don't think it's compiled. Oh, no, it has. Okay. That was very fast, actually. Okay. And we should be red no matter what we do. And if we're not, then I think something's gone wrong. Okay. Interesting. We've now got a read access violation on what? Bind pipeline? Which pipeline though? The particle pipeline. Index is equal to that because of... Oh, new particle. Whoops. Yes. Okay, so that makes sense. I wonder why everything was not working. There we go. Going from C++ to then learn C was stupidly easy. Yeah, it should be. I think refactoring... I think it makes refactoring... Basically, it's basically one language you get you addicted to. Yeah, that makes sense. Dopamine trap indeed, yes. Well, maybe. It's... Okay, there we go. That's what I wanted to see. Red. We want to see red. Don't know if I think red's a bit more suiting. But anyway, we need to have particle sets here. I wonder if I free the UI memory. Anyway. Well, looks like... Yeah. Do you use Copilot features in the IDE, or do you prefer hand... I prefer to hand code stuff. I just like coding too much to outsource it to AI, basically. That's I'd rather do it all myself. Despite, you know, hypothetically in the world where I could ask an AI to, I don't know, do all the coding, make the perfect game engine, no mistakes, please, right? I would still want to code stuff myself. That's just who I am, really. Alright, okay, so the instance count is this. Okay, so let's just try the multiply by the draw call, right? We have 2 draw calls. And that will be 0 and 1. No. So what I'm going to do is just a lazy if statement here. And just see if I can render more. You know, this is not ideal. I'm aware. So GL draw ID is equal to 0, else this is equal to let's add in, yeah, what is it called? I remember it's 19997. And let's just make sure we're still drawing that same amount. Okay, obviously this is a hack, but I kind of want to see if this makes sense to the renderer. And yeah, this is particle data. Looks like Kotlin is not famous. Well, yeah, I think in the app world it is, but I would also like to state I learned CMake as... Yeah, I keep forgetting about CMake. I learned CMake as well. As if CMake is its own language. Oh my, it is. Many people don't like to learn as much as they probably should with CMake. Yeah, true. I am the same, to be honest. Right, let's see what this does. Okay. Right, there's no way of knowing if that actually worked, but at least we didn't get a buffer out of bounds read, right? Let's see. Now, I'm just going to do something silly just to make sure if this is ran, right? I need to do a sanity check on this. So if I go plus... Alright, that's way bigger. That's going to get an out of bounds buffer read, hopefully. Yeah. Right. Maybe I should have just opened up in RenderDoc. Let me just check. I have no idea if we're still live. I think I can just check via opening up my YouTube. Yep, looks like we're still good. Yeah, let me know if I've gone down. You know, reply in the chat, let me know. Or tell me in the Discord that I've been disconnected. We're here. Okay. Thank you. Yeah, so I shouldn't have really done that. That was kind of dangerous. I keep forgetting that. Okay, so that tells me that at the very least, if I throw this into RenderDoc, let's do that now. That we should hopefully get, because this is a really hacky way of doing it, but I think what we can do is multiply by draw count, I think. So what I'm actually going to do is this. So what we're going to do is plus... I know this is still a little bit of a hack, but at least it's going to be a little easier. It's not going to have an if statement in, I guess. Alright. We'll have to get that number somehow, I think, passed in, because that's, I think, that's defined as the that's defined on the CPU, so we'll try and get that in. We won't just have a magic number, but I think that's going to be the same thing. I think draw count is always 0 to begin with, and then it's 1, I hope. And then that'll be the offset that we need to offset it further into things. If you're using or relying on telesense, tell me found errors. Oh, you're talking about... I will use AI to help quickly refactor some code with explicit instructions in small code snippets. It still helps a lot with cleanup. Right. Yeah, that's I think everyone has the you're talking about, yeah, when in telesense, you know, you did a typo, I assume. Right. So Let's delete that. So what I'm going to do is open this up in RenderDoc after I've removed... I think I have the logging off, right? Oh, you know what I don't have, actually. Let me just... I think I've just kept off... Oops. Okay. Okay, so we still could have an error. Let's actually go back to debug. I didn't turn it back on. So we might have had an out of bounds buffer read, and I've just been missing it every single time. I have a set of codes I can share / send from Railnix framework. That would allow you to directly capture and open frames in RenderDoc from your renderer. Oh, you can do that? Interesting. Yeah, you can share it if you want. Okay, there we go. That's more like it. That's closer to what I was thinking. That's 20,000 things rendered. There we go. Right, I think I confirmed that as well. So yeah, we're getting there now. We're getting there. Right, I can at least... yeah, let's throw this into RenderDoc just to absolutely make sure, though. Yeah, you can share me some stuff. Just explain what it does, and I'll investigate based on that. Right, so particle renderer. GPU. Right, so we should have everything. Yeah, it does, doesn't it? It looks kind of cool. I think it's the random number generator, not quite getting everything, but that's kind of cool anyway. Okay, yeah, sounds good. Relics, you don't have to... Yeah, thank you. Very much appreciate it. I don't know if I'll use it, Relics. Hopefully that's okay, but it might be like really useful. You need the RenderDoc API. Right, I see. Okay. Okay, let's just making sure that works. And yeah, I think I'm going to go back to blue real quick. Just because it's easier to see what's going on. So that should be blue. Yep. Okay. And I pray and hope that at least what we're getting here, it looks more like, looks like there's more particles on the screen. So I just need to get the shaders real quick. There's less of them now because I've deleted loads. Shaders. Let's get rid of new particle. So now I should just run this. Cool. And the reason I'm going back to blue is so I can see it against the red. There is something to be said that I have red things here. It's mostly for debugging. Like I said, we're going to be messing around with particles a lot today. Not really doing anything like super hardcore. In a sense, we're not going to do like... So I just want to see... I'm going to go into texture viewer. Oops. I should actually open up the frame. We need to have some particles close by, and I pray and hope that this makes sense. Yay! Look at that. It's rendering different in different places. Okay, that's really good. That's what I wanted to get done today. Well, try and figure out at least. That was at least. And I still want to try and finish off what we did yesterday, which was rendering 1,000,000, which is tricky. So we are rendering at 40k. I think this is fine for a draw call, by the way. 20k is like, I think instant rendering. 20k, 20,000 things is fine. Right. So let's abuse this a bit and go even higher. I just want to think, though, for a minute. So it was the vertex shader this entire time. Yeah, my transparency is not ordered, so... But I'm fine with that right now. It's more a to-do list. I've purposely left them off. So if I go into my game and I change this to 1 million, we should hopefully see 1 million. Where's the draw counter at the top today? Yep, so this is 40k. We need 6 zeros, 1. No, one more. So 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. So hopefully now we should see 1 million particles on the screen. Yay! That's what 1 million particles looks like. Yeah, the randomness is... You can see the randomness of the function, actually. And it see how it didn't lag? Even though we did 1 million. Okay, that it didn't feel as much, but let's just do that again. Yeah, I think we're starting to fail on something else now. Now I look at it, like a lot of the particles are... We've got some duplicates here. You see this, like super dense one? Yeah, but we're not quite getting everything. I think that might be the random number generator they're failing. Will do, thank you, Relics. Why don't you use Direct 12? It's much better than Vulkan. Sorry, Direct 11. I've never used Direct 11. So I have no opinion on if it's better than Vulkan or not. I just like Vulkan. So there's no real reason I chose it over DirectX, because I've never used DirectX 11. Anyway, yeah, I've no idea. Yeah, no strong opinion. Yeah, yeah, that's what I've heard. I've heard like Direct 11 is the last of the older APIs, and then Direct 12 is comparable. Because it's got all it's got all the equivalent stuff in. All right. Should I bother trying to get this working? That's the next step. I think we run out of the... I don't know. It's like I don't know. Okay. Is it okay? I've got to ask myself this: am I going to render the same amount of particles in this from the same? Let me think. Am I going to render 1 million particles all at once with one compute shader dispatch? Okay, so I've got to think about this for a minute, because I might be trying to solve a problem that doesn't exist. We also need max instance count, I think, to be passed in as a descriptor set thing. Sorry, as a particle set, because I won't know without off the top of my head like what is what. I don't think we even have it. We don't have access to it here, which is awkward. I want to get rid of the magic numbers, but I don't know how to do that well. DXVK for Vulkan. Direct 12, in fact, has some advantages over Vulkan with shaders and hardware interfacing and memory management with some features. Vulkan is implementing a parity compatibility, and so it should be on par, yeah, with Direct 12. I'm sure that's true. Like, I don't like descriptor heaps really conceptually as much as I like buffer device address stuff. you know, for accessing buffers. And I think there's just like, you know, I know that's Direct 12. I don't really know much about Direct 12 apart from a couple of like random things. So I'm sure there's like the equivalent, right, in Direct 12. It's like, oh, Vulkan does something really weird, but like Direct 12 does something like really neat in its own ecosystem. Like how I like, right? So we need to. And okay, what I'm gonna say is our compute shader is good enough. For rendering, I don't think I need to render 1 million particles all at once. That's probably too much. Now I've got to mess with the effects, I think. I need to make this kind of useful, because we do have an explosion effect, which is this guy. So I think I'm going to lower the particles down and start trying to create particle effects. DX just micro, soft slop. I'm not that big of a hater on Microsoft, I guess, but they have been annoying recently. I will say that. With all the AI stuff. Well, they've been a bit quieter more recently, but so yeah, I'm just gonna put in 10K, because that's like, I think a realistic, yeah, certified good enough. I think so. Yeah, I think it's a certified good enough, because the random number generator that I've got in there, I don't think has enough random numbers up to like probably like 50K. But I don't think it's that important after that point. I think we should be trying working on particles that are a bit smaller than 50, you know, for actual graphical effects, right? The particles that we're rendering right now are quite small. Sorry, are just demos, right? But now we need to I need to work on my compute shader slash so if I render this, we should see a couple of things. Now I'm going to have to seek out some resources, honestly, and maybe start taking notes on things, because despite having got this far, which I probably will commit this because I think it is worthwhile committing this. It's not like mega different, but it is enough. It's good enough that yeah, 10K particles are not being rendered on top of each other for the most part, anyway, because I can see that generally that's what the I'm super glad that I went with like translucent particles, like half transparent, right, where it kind of looks like they're in bubbles when you look at them from the wrong direction, because I can see a bunch of things that I need to do instead of like worrying about, oh, the random number of particles that are being generated is too low or something, right? There's like 20,000 different things I should be doing instead, right? So anyway, I think we fixed our big issue. And yeah. So yeah, we're gonna look at particle effects. So as Relics has said, in my code I sent you a param called command list is a custom class, and I have a custom class I have, and can be replaced with a Vulkan command buffer handle. Right, okay, yeah, sounds good. Right, so I am, unless I have any, I don't think I have any objections right now. The only thing I don't like is the magic number I have in our shaders. This 1000. I don't know how to pass this around. I think what we should at least do is basically have a static, right? Can you do a like const expr static thing, or something like that in like? So we don't want to think initialize for each translation unit. Yeah, I'm gonna say static just because like static variable or constant. Yeah, we have const. Const exists, right? So I think at the very least we should have like a const uint. Yeah, okay, that does exist. That'll do. Instance count, right? Ideally, we would have this in includes, but it never really worked. I think we should try again. I just could not get it to work with the compiler. So for now, yeah, I'll leave it. I don't want to spend too long on this. Oops. Uint 32 max. Now this does need to be. This does need to be included in multiple places. Sorry. You know what I'm trying to say, right? I'll just write a note to myself. Note. This is the highest prime number closest to 20k. Yep. Right, so I really want to have an include here because it would be really nice to put a bunch of stuff in an include. Because I think we have a load of duplicated stuff here as well. Because we could put these two together, which would be nice. We tried this last time, it just didn't work, very annoyingly. I'll try again. I'll try one more time. I won't try too long because it took forever last time. Alright. So the first thing it has to be included is here because this is where it lives. So particle, like particle data. That was my Windows noise. Oh yeah, I installed 10x yesterday, and unfortunately you have to pay for it. I was like, bit of a snag with that one. So hopefully we see. And what I'll do is I'll also open up another engine just to grab out the extension I'm going to use in two different places. Because I think, yeah, we should try. I mean, I was fine to pay for like a one-off fee, but it was a subscription, which I didn't really want to deal with. I'm sure it's absolutely incredible piece of software, you know. But I'm not gonna harp on it too long. All right, so hopefully, fingers crossed, this works, because this would be lovely to have this in an include, because it is very difficult. Oops. Particle data. If not, I might move to G slang, because this is like, it's getting difficult to move around this. Not having any includes, because there's tons of stuff that just ends up duplicating, and if I want to change something, it's going to get harder to do. I think it's getting to a point now where GLSO slang validator isn't as useful as the other one. There's the Google one, but let's see. Oh, okay, now it worked for some reason. Why didn't it work last time? I have no idea. Well, anyway. Now I can at least do that, which is better than nothing. Cool. 100% slang with slang modules is a life changer. I'm sure it is. I guess I'm just coming with excuses now. Alright, so yeah, that all works. That all works even. I've just stuck with GLSL because alright, so 40k. I'm just gonna probably commit that instead, maybe. Just so we have more than one draw call for our particles. Yeah. That's pretty badass. Yeah, it's nice. But I think we're getting some... Are we? Yeah. Like this has been drawn on multiple times. I don't really understand why though. It's like further out ones aren't. No, they are. Okay. Okay, I'll go back to 20k, which is enough for one draw call, I think, and a bit. Yeah, I think that's the same old. I don't see any particles drawing on top of each other, really. You see, we get a bunch of ones at 0, which is kind of annoying. Let me attack that real quick. So 100% slang with slang module is a life changer. I have great success with debugger and changing stuff with my shader with slang over HLSL and GLSL. The nice part with slang is that its syntax is basically GLSL but more advanced. With what you can do or what you can write with raw slang, GLSL or HLSL. And it compiles. Okay. I see. Makes practicing and working with example shaders in other languages super efficient. Yeah, I've messed around briefly with it. I'm not gonna lie. I haven't completely ignored it. I'm just gonna try and get rid of the number 0. Maybe this and this kind of improve. I don't know if that's gonna be the same number though. No, I thought that. Yeah, I thought that would happen. Yeah, I had a bad feeling, and it's still not really done anything. Interesting effect there. If I have a fixed number, I think I did this last time, but I just want to make sure. Are y'all listening? It doesn't really help, does it? It's the same number every single time. Yeah. Alright, so we need a new number every single time. And when we do this, it does randomly generate numbers, but there are a ton of zeros still, I think, in here somewhere, if I can see it. Oh, it's not there. Interesting. Oh no, there it is, I think. Yeah, so there's a ton of like non-moving particles. Alright, I still don't... I think it's going to help if I just get better at shaders, actually. Yeah, let's just spend time just like learning particle effects, and I'll understand how random number generators work. Yeah, exactly. Quackers are shooting those lasers. Alright, so this is why I wanted to do this. Is part and parcel. Obviously, I need different particle effects, but also I need to get better at what are they called? You know, understanding compute shaders and stuff like that. So yeah. So how do I want to do this? I want to find. Morning, Revere. How you doing, dude? Hopefully you're having a great day. So we need to think. Where will I find good? Maybe I should have thought this before I streamed. So right now we have good. I'm glad. We need like different particle effects, like thrusters and stuff like that. Just slogging through your day job. Well, keep it up, man. I know it's not always good. Day jobs are often a pain. I know that. Yeah, I'm glad I can keep you company though while you're chilling on your day job or working. Chilling is probably a bit too exaggerated. So let me think. Okay, so we have what I want to do is there is a old tutorial. Is it this? Yeah, so that is something I want to do, I think. But we're a bit hammed in the sense that we can't do regular physics. Because we're on a compute shader instead of on the CPU, which is what all this is. And now we've got to figure out how... Let me think. I think what I'm going to do actually is to start implementing a life feature into the particle or an age. What we need now is, I think in the compute shader we need to have access to the particle set. I think so. Let me hit. So if we go into the particle set, particle compute shader, where's the? Huh? Where? I'm confused. Didn't I just edit this? Oh yeah, we need to also compare. Hang on. Okay, weird. I thought I put this in. Alright, let's just do this again. Wonder if there is a way to feed in some AABB bounds on the compute shader. If there is a way, if you want to simulate a compute, oh sorry, if you objects around, so so you can. Oh, I bullshit this. Hang on. What? Wonder if there is a way to find an to feed some AABB bounds into the compute for some objects around you that you want to visually simulate with a compute. What I'm trying to do at the moment is, I think I will end up doing that. I think a view frost and coal is probably, so we are going to send up other geometry. So when I access the particle set, how does this work? So there's multiple particle sets, which is fine. Okay. I want to at least put this inside the... here, right? Next is... because if we're going to do the logic, the actual transformation logic, we need, using emitters and stuff, we need to basically set the position of that based on the transform of the... yeah, so we need the particle sets to be used in both shaders, which is tricky because the buffer is actually created in the particle renderer. Okay, so here's the thing we might do first. Is there's a bunch of buffers floating around in game, and I think it's going to be best to stick them all in one place. Kind of like a... I don't know why I did this really initially. But we have like a function here that does like a bunch of compute stuff, builds a compute shader. And I think what we need to do honestly is... yeah, we need to be able to do this for the particle renderer, not just like have it free floating. So I'm going to do that, and then we'll start to have access to the things that we care about. All right, so that's the first. Yeah, that's the first step. So hopefully that makes sense. I have a bunch of setup code that I need to move in. Yeah, so when I draw this, this is all going to be inside. Yeah, this is fine. This can be encapsulated basically within. Yeah, okay. I'm going to say create buffers, right? Like if you feed some data into the compute shader, that represents the jolt shape. So that the compute, so that's in the compute shader, the particle can have some kind of behavior. Like that. That might be how you do it, yeah. That's actually quite smart. I've been wondering how you do particle collision detection. You know, like if a particle collides with a piece of geometry, like how do I get that in and do something with it? But yeah, that might be, we might send a geometry to the compute shader to do some, like, you know, actual interactions. Yeah, I think that's something we're probably going to end up doing. Unless there's a better way of doing it. What is this called load buffers for? Right, okay, so... yeah, he does have a cool profile pic. Alright, so I'm going to set up... I'm just going to copy these functions in one to one. Even if they should be combined for now, just for simplicity. We can refactor that in a minute. Oh, I should have committed. Okay, I'll do this. I'll do this minor refactor first, and I'll commit. Famous last words. But yeah, I believe we should be good, though. I don't think it's that complicated what we're trying to do. So yeah, we just need to get the... why I'm doing this is because we need access to more particle stuff in our particle renderer, so we can actually like access the particle set inside the compute shader, so we can actually do something like move the location of where the particles are generated and stuff like that. So that's the first task that we're trying to do, because otherwise, you know, we can only have one particle effect, and that would be kind of lame. But yeah. And that also would mean we don't need these three arguments, in fact, because they are all generated within our compute, in our thing. And now we need to grab out our buffers from here and put them in. Yeah, we don't really need to carry on the object, to be honest. These are just handles. They're never going to be used outside of whatever we're doing. And we'll go back into game. I'm going to take the shutdown code. Are you using binary descriptors, and are you shooting all these particle? Yes, I'm using binary, and are you shooting out all these particles with a compute shader array? Yes. Yes on both. So we're updating everything kind of like all at once in one compute shader. So we need access to the particle set, which is, tells us more than just like where where we are. All right. Because the particle set will have like the size and like the max age, I think, and stuff like that. So we can carry data, because I wanna carry as little data as I can in the actual particle itself. Considering if you have 1 million particles on screen, the buffer is going to get ginormous very quickly unless you pack the data properly. Alright, okay, so what do we have here? Particle count, that's fine, we can also take that out. So I'm actually going to compress the particle data even more. Like, not immediately, but later on. It's just going to be a task that we end up doing. Okay, so just so Relics knows, I think everyone else knows, we're also doing this. The reason that we did it in a compute shader as well, because we generate the draw calls in the compute shader. So it's a fully GPU-driven like pipeline. So we're trying to not touch the CPU at all by design. The downside of that, though, is it has made things like more complicated. Oops, I forgot to take that out as well. Let's get that. Take that out. I don't know why I did that. Okay. Need this. Yeah, run part. Okay, so that's going to be the particle renderer. Okay, and everything should be good here. We just need to take out. Let's make the particle renderer make it work a bit better. Or make it work at all, even. And we should be good now. As far as I can tell, we are missing. Oh yeah, the compute pipeline. So that is also in game, so we need to take this out. These are all small handles anyway. So we have the particle compute pipeline, and go back into game. We should be able to grab out the particle compute pipeline, which is important because that's part of the setup. So we have a graphics one and a compute one. Because if we didn't have that, we wouldn't be able to do any of the compute shader stuff, as you'd probably imagine. Okay, so I will create the second pipeline here. And then finally, what's wrong? Indirect count. Oh, yeah, okay. That's easy to fix. But I also need to pull out the shutdown code, because that's in here. And I think before I try and do anything else, I'm just gonna refactor everything. Sorry, commit, because we need like a good base. But I think this is a reasonable commit, to be honest. It's not like complicated what we've done here. We've just moved things from one file to another and kind of used that object to contain things. We're going to probably refactor things a bit more aggressively afterwards, because I need to... This is too many lines of code, to be honest. This is like a lot of repeating code. And it's not entirely obvious that it needs to be there, so... yeah. Right, so it shouldn't have broken, but we'll find out. We shall find out. Okay. I knew it. I knew it. Oh. I bet this is null. Or just empty. Yep. It's easy to fix. I just forgot to call a function. I forgot to create the buffers in here. Okay, yeah, we didn't need everything, thank you. There we go. Next. Cool. I'm just going to call that there and commit that. Oops. Get that committed so we have a good baseline, because we're going to change a bunch of stuff. Okay, so commit. Oops. Refactored. Particle code. Got a nice effect to play with. Right, okay. Still a work in progress though. Let's do a work in progress because this is not finished. Alright, so the next obvious thing to do is we've got like a bunch of code here that's like repeated 3 times, so I think we can get rid of that and kind of use the same interface here. I'm dreading refactoring my Vulkan off-screen renderer render target system due to structuring leftover abstraction. Oof, that does sound rough. Okie dokie. Right, so we want to throw in what okay, so yeah, you can see this is like duplicated 3 times. We do need to make a new buffer though, a new thing. I did this before and it didn't work, but because now I have the ability to go back and commit and just fix things if it breaks. Unlike when I did this last time, I kind of just went wholesale in, whole hog. No, wrong buffer, sorry. That would be for a regular non-buffer device address buffer. I call it bindless buffers, which is technically not correct, but what I need is like a GPU version. That's the reason I didn't use this function. That's a texture. Where's the bindless? I was wondering it was a bit long, that function. Where's the bind? Okay, so bindless buffer, right? Let's not copy both functions. I think that's what I did last time. Alright. Alright, so we have the one we just copied, right? Yeah. So this is bindless GPU buffer, right? And the only difference here is it's going to have a few different arguments in the setup code. The reason that I couldn't do this is because I don't have enough arguments, so I think just a regular, another function's fine. Let's So that should be okay. Right, so this was the big problem with the other thing I had. So we need to get rid of the... Oops, what am I doing? So flags needs to be 0 and required flags needs to be something else. Memory info. Oops. So required flags equals anything is bindless if you never bind anything. Yeah, exactly. So this is the, let me just grab my, yeah, so I need to grab, I need to be inspired by this stuff. Yeah, so that's what I would need. Go to GPU. So there we go. And I think we always guarantee this to be transferable, which is bad. Oh, no, we don't. Okay. I think everything else is chill beans, as far as I can tell. Yeah, as far as I can tell, anyway. So now, what I want to do is basically replicate this behavior with a creation struct instead. But bindless is boring. Well, I strongly disagree, but if you want to use descriptor sets, be my guest. Ugh, descriptor sets, bro. Right, I don't know why the music's so quiet. Oh, I remember why. Because this guy, these videos are like ancient. They're like 16 years old. So the audio mixing, YouTube has like audio mixing now, but like back in the day, it didn't have it. Right, so yes, we need to grab this idea and basically set up the same flags as what we end up using here. So we need a... So for indirect draw counts, we need this to be set like that. And we need a buffer creation. I'll bring all these functions together, but this is a step 1 of refactoring, right? And the size is 4, which is a uint32, because that's literally all it is. Oops. And we need a GPU version. That's the whole point of this. This needs to be an indirect draw called count buffer. And it needs... It's not a storage. It is a transfer storage indirect. That's exactly what it is. So that goes in here. And that should be everything. So get rid of this. Name, flag. So storage. Should be 3 here actually. Oh, I didn't say it's transfer. Okay, fair enough. That's all. Actually, I'm not. I shouldn't delete this. I should make sure it works first. You know what I mean? I'm a bit nervous this won't work. So if that works, I'll just delete it because it's a mess. Repeating this 4 times, or 3 times even. Alright. One fail. F in the chat for the error. Oh, result is entered. Yes, this keeps happening when I did this originally. Right, so we should see everything good. Okay, that's a bit loud. Jump scare with that one. Alright, so Whoops. So buffer count was created with storage, but requires transfer. Yes, I want it transfer as well. What? Yeah, it needs to be transfer. Why is it not transfer? Oh, I didn't. Okay. What? Why didn't it copy over? I must have pressed Control Z. It's a good job I didn't delete it then, eh? Yeah, get in there, you POS. Alright, let's see. Yeah, there we go. Right, I've also got to turn on the logging, which I haven't turned on. I feel like I might want to try and reduce the amount of RAM I'm using. I feel like I've kind of neglected that. It's getting pretty bad. So yeah, let's just make sure there's no weirdness when it comes to deleting stuff, actually. Because the logging won't tell me that I'm not deleting anything. I'm not deleting things. I might need to free memory, like, manually after the main menu is finished. I think we should see a dip, and I don't think we do. What I mean by that is this goes to 1.5, and then it doesn't go down, it just goes up, right? And I wonder if... Yeah, okay, so that works again. And we can get rid of this. But anyway, lines of code for now are fine. We just need to do the same again, except go to this. This is just a count buffer instead. And its size is that for some reason. I never quite worked this out. But we'll see. I have a feeling that we can get rid of, like... Maybe we can make this 2. I'm going to experiment. What it needs to be is this. So it's just a lack of transfer. So if I take this out and kind of comment it next to it, like that, we can then kind of use that if it's too small. We need to comment all this out. And obviously use the right buffer, right? Right, that. Okay. Hello, Coding Jesus' wife. Coding Jesus' wife. Hi, man. I have a basic understanding of memory and C++. I've already done some memory manipulation using Win API. Oh, nice. Yeah, that's pretty good. What projects do you think I should work on? What projects do you think I should work on that would help me gain a deeper understanding of Windows memory, low-level programming, and solidify my current knowledge? The one that comes to mind immediately is Handmade Hero. It's a bit of an older one. I don't know if you know about it. But there's this programmer called Casey Muratori. Feel free to interrupt me if you've already used it. And he made an engine, a game engine, on his live streams. He did 662 episodes of it. And and what he did was he didn't use the C runtime library. He didn't use any libraries to do what he did. And if you want a more depth understanding of like how computers work, Casey's the place to go, to be fair, because he uses virtual alloc, all those type of things for like pure Windows API, not the C runtime library or the C++ runtime library for us. If you want to get better at low-level programming, there is a course, but I don't think that's what you asked for, so I'll say that. But Casey also does a course about performance-aware programming, and that's all about understanding how low-level stuff works. Current project, I wouldn't know for that specifically. So yeah, I would check out that Handmade Hero if you're interested in, like, it's pretty old. I think he starts on Windows XP, but it's still like immediately useful straight out of the bat, I think. So that's what I would say. Okay, so that's way too small. Oh, I see. It needs to be maybe 101. Let's see. I don't know. This needs to be... What does it need to be, actually? I have no idea. Okay, so it's not that. It's stride. Whoops. Yeah, okay, so let's grab this out, because this is actually really useful. Because it... Okay, so this actually already works it out for us, which is really nice. I don't think that's what we're going to do, though. That's a bit mathematically weird. But yeah, it needs to be the size of this, which is very true. And I think this is quite straightforward. The size of that times by the number of draw calls we have, which is 110. I think that's it. Yeah, I'm just experimenting with the size. I mean, we could just make it huge, but I'm trying to make... Yeah, that's what I thought. So maybe I should have like max draw call count and kind of like... Yeah, let's make that a variable. That's as far as I'm aware anyway. So yeah. Yeah, so 16 times by... Yeah, that's exactly 160. Yep, fantastic. So that's actually really good to know. So we don't have to make it really big. And I'm going to make a second variable. Kind of up here is like const expert, const kind of thing. Max draw calls. Max draw count, I guess. So this is equal to 101. I think because I want to occasionally do 1,000,000. It's kind of a bit overkill, but... It at least gets rid of a magic number, which is nice. With the draw is down here, and there we go. So yes, all refactoring going well so far. Again, I'll probably worth running that just in case it doesn't work. Yep. All right. And we are deleting stuff properly. Yes, so this is the final one, which is GPU based. And this is just a storage buffer, which is completely chill beans. Next, we need the size to be this, and particles, there we go. And this is called the particle buffer. And yes, we need to... What else? Set the handle. Right, okay, so then we get rid of this, or comment it out at least. How long do you think it would take to build something like that? To finish it, it'd probably take a very long time. I don't know. It's probably... I don't really have like a good... build a compiler. That might be a good one. You know what I mean? I've got like some ideas of like what you could do to get like good at low level stuff, but it's like getting good at low level stuff is probably not... I wouldn't focus on that personally. What I would focus on is like, what do you want to build? So you want low level knowledge, right? Coding Jesus wife, right? What I would suggest is build what you want to build and study low-level stuff rather than build another project. So so let's just say, like, I don't know, you want to build, again, let's just go game engines, right? And you want to get good at low-level programming, right? I would like the project I would then build would be a game engine, but then I would like take some time off from developing that game engine to deliberately study low-level programming, maybe assembly and stuff. Okay, so let's change the music. You know, like understanding like bits and bobs about things, and then I would go back, right? That's how I've done it. You can do them in tandem, obviously, but if you feel like you're lacking in your low-level ability when it comes to like Windows API stuff or whatever, like using like memory and, you know, building stuff, then yeah, I would study it separately and then come back, right? But you would have to, like I said, with a project in mind. Because then it could be any project. That I could tell you to, for a study project, to build a simple bump allocator, then build a not nice, like a more complicated, like something like a heap allocator that is kind of limited. In the past, I've mostly built cheats. That's where most of my experience comes from. I see. Yeah, you could do that. You can build more cheats, and I think that's fine. But like, yeah, understanding that. Well, then you would need to probably understand. Like, you probably have a bet. Like, if you understand memory, yeah, then build allocators. Maybe build like a really basic compiler. There's so many like air quotes low level things you could do as a study project. But yeah, you could just make more cheats. But I don't really know exactly, what to tell you exactly to do. Like, I know, like Casey, speaking of Casey, he does say that everyone should at least try to make a compiler. Everyone should at least try and make a software renderer. Everyone should try and make, what's the other thing? I can't remember. But he has like a small list of things that people should make. I might even written it down. Let's see. It's in these, maybe? Because it was just like a random thing. No. Okay, I didn't write it down. Yeah, so that's talking about iCache. Yeah, I don't know. Like, for example, with my low-level understanding stuff, I've simulated a CPU. Here's a good project. Like, part of the performance-aware programming course was that I've gone on hiatus on, is to simulate a CPU. Can you simulate a CPU? Can you build a disassembler? If you have NASM, right? Here's NASM, right? And you write some assembly in NASM. You get it to spit out some binary. Can you then disassemble that, right? That's like something you could do, right? That's what I've done. I've written like 80 and 8086. This is like an old. Let's show you this project. I'm just going to pause for a minute. Give me a minute, because we're not doing any development right now. But I think I called it performance aware, right? I haven't brought this up on stream because it has been completely useless. But like, I think this is up on my GitHub, but it's not like, I don't talk about it at all because like no one cares, I don't think. But yeah, I wrote a disassembler for like some instructions in the 8086, right? Another good one I actually really like is build a chip 8 interpreter. So if I go to my GitHub, this is another fun project. I think it is pinned, so I just go to my projects. I did this such a long time ago though. But you'll see that it's pretty low level in the sense that I had to write a bunch of like instructions. A chip 8 interpreter is like a baby emulator, right? It's like it's a very simple emulator, and I used SDL and a bunch of other stuff, and it's not that complicated, this project, and it takes in like, you can load it. I was able to load in what was in my pre-compiled header at the time? Nothing. So yeah, you can see like the project is really small. The hard part is the actual commands. This is the tricky part. Getting this to work properly, exactly how it's supposed to. And then I was at, you can load in chip 8 games, right? It's like a good project that's like, but it's not really like Win API stuff if that's what you're looking for. So I can load in a Starfield game. But yeah, like building a disassembler is a good one for x86 assembly. I did it for 16-bit assembly because it's just simpler. But yeah, those type of projects are kind of cool to do. So yeah, I would say like they're more fun, and you'll get better at low-level programming, I think, if you did that. Nah, it's good. Okay, yeah. Yeah, so yeah, look up the Chip 8 interpreter. That's a good one. And yeah, like I said, you have to pay for that performance aware course, but you will be handheld through building an 8086 disassembler and eventually an 8086 CPU simulator, which is supposed to literally teach you low-level programming. So if you did want to, there is like a reason I did that. It was to understand how the CPU works better to become a better programmer. But anyway, and that is on the computer enhanced course if you want to look up that. So I'll get that open. Again, this is quite this is paid for, so enhanced. It's by Casey as well. It's by Casey Moritori. And hey, you know, he's done other things, but if I go to the table of content, you know, he has these introductions, but most of it, and this is a little more of introduction. But yeah, it's you know, instruction decoding on the 8086, you know, like a bunch of stuff. Then it's like how to simulate these commands once you've disassembled them, and like how to simulate memory, how to simulate a program. You don't have to do everything on here. It's kind of like you can go endlessly down this rabbit hole and get like really good at this. But his idea anyway, his theory, why he's making you write this 8086 stuff, is that you'll understand assembly really well if you can write assembly, right? If you can parse assembly from the raw binary, you'll understand assembly, no doubt, right? You look at assembly, be like, this is dead easy, right? Well, Intel like assembly anyway. ARM assembly, I don't know, but generally speaking, they're kind of all kind of roughly similar, right? It's not like you look at some assembly and go, oh, you know, we're not going to be, you know, maybe ARM's different, but you know, you could say that, you know, Commodore 64 assembly and, you know, the Sinclair Spectrum assembly are going to be very different. Fair enough, but you know, in the modern era, which I assume is what you're interested in. The assembly on 8086 machines is basically everywhere, and you know. But yeah, like I said, you have to pay for this. Anyway, so yeah, it's a very good idea if you're really interested in learning low-level stuff, and you've got the time to dedicate to it, because it is quite. It does require a bit of time, right? I keep having to pay for it, do a bit of it, and then realize, ugh. I'm going to have to let my subscription run out because I'm doing something else. I'm doing Vulkan, you know. You know, part of me does want to go into a cave and just like code all this, you know, off stream for like a year and a half and just be really good at stuff. Because there's stuff in here I really want to know, like how do page faults work, and you know, all fun stuff, and you know, CPU. What's the CPU front end do? I don't know. Like I don't know. But at the same time, I've also got to be realistic. I can't just... So yeah, computer enhanced, and then the chip 8 interpreter is like another good project. It's, again, much simpler though, and requires less time. So it's up to you. Those are two projects I personally do. If you really, really, really want to get good at computers, like low level. Anyway, where were we? Alright, let's get some water, I think. Okay. Thanks, man. Oh, yeah, appreciate that. Sure, I'll work on it. Yeah, good luck, Coding Jesus' wife. Do you know of Coding Jesus, by the way? The YouTuber. I assume that's why your name is Coding Jesus Wife. If you don't know who he is, don't worry. I'm just a bit nosy. Also, are you into blockchain? No, I'm not. I just never got into it. Coding Jesus what? Yeah, he's a YouTuber. If you don't know. I think you actually know Heisenberg. Yeah, I haven't done any blockchain stuff at all. I thought about it, and I was like, eh. Okay, yep, same old, which we're all very familiar with at this point. Right, so now we want to move this at the very least, which is the next task. It's getting things to be moved. I just read the name. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Everyone's familiar. Yeah. So I don't have any. I don't know much about the blockchain. Yeah. You're familiar. Cool. What was that website you just had up? Computer Enhanced. Yeah. I'll post it in chat. Let me get it up. Yeah, it's Casey Moratori's like paid for computer course if you're interested. Let me post it in chat so you can. If multiple people are asking for it, it's very good. Actually, how do I post stuff in chat now? I have a sign in. Okay, let me get it on my other computer real quick. I've changed how I stream recently. The software is a bit new to me. Yeah, I'll just paste that in so anyone can check it out. Yeah, he's a well-respected coder if you don't know who he is. I vouch for him. He's extremely, very, very good at what he does. Hi, bot. I don't know if I said hi. I can say hi again now. There you go. All right, let's continue. Just use OBS, it's easier. I've got it on Linux, but I don't really know. Yes, I'm Gavin. No. There we go. Right, okay, so please, it's all I have. All I have is my RAM. My DDR4 RAM. What's that app? What app? What are you talking about? Do not get him. He has the police in his pocket indeed. Right. Where were we? Have we started the timer again? Nope. That's true. I think this does, but I'm not sure. There is a paid for version, but if it starts being a pain, then I'll switch to OBS. I don't really know. Ah, right. I didn't know that. Thank you for letting me know the difference. I didn't. So OBS is a bit harder to use, but you can dual stream. Unlike Streamlabs, which is simpler. Oh, there we go. Thank you for the subscription. It might not even be on stream. That's the other thing. Anyone who just... So it might be another video, you know. It's kind of funny. Right, okay, let's concentrate. I think I want to commit this as well, because I just want to not have to undo a refactor. Okay, if I'm going to refactor, let's keep refactoring, actually. I've changed my mind. Let's keep going, because we can keep reducing the lines of code. In my opinion, anyway. Because this is just all the same stuff. And we can get rid of a function call. We can have a simple loads buffers. Right. I'm just going to press F, just you wait. I I see. So Streamlabs ends up... I don't know why I ended up downloading Streamlabs, to be honest. It's just I accidentally downloaded it over OBS. But yeah, I have no idea. So right now it does its job. I'm not going to complain too bad. I don't want to have to change my streaming software right away until I absolutely need to, considering how long it took to get everything working anyway. Right, okay, so particle count is this. Get rid of these, I don't really need them anymore. Because we want to do that for every particle. What else do I want to do? I don't want to simplify all this. I don't like getting rid of my pipelines. Because it's better, I think. Oh, we should probably move these to version 2. I can't remember where the 2 goes. Is it pre-stage or post-stage? No. There's a 2 in here somewhere. Yep. Okay, so it's after the stage. I think it's after the access for this. Alright. So what I'm going to do is just take this and kind of just copy and paste so it's easier to do for all the accesses. It's not the end of the world, but I'd prefer to, if I'm on synchronization 2, I should just use synchronization 2 stuff, not sync 1. Ah, thank you for the thank you for that press F, thank you very much. It's very much appreciated. I think bro's about to come next, coding Jesus, and launch his own course. Yep. You effed me up, I see. Yeah, who knows? Who knows? No, I don't plan on making a course, but you know, I'm not going to say having a course is bad or good. I just want to write good software at the end of the day. Right, so I don't think I'm cool enough to pull off the Coding Jesus content. And for the people that don't know what I'm talking about, there's a guy online. If you're lurking and you're like, what the hell is he talking about, Jesus? No, it's some guy online who has his own website and talks about C++ a lot. But he's in he does quantitative stuff, right? So it's a bit different from game dev. Thank you for the F. Thank you for the yeah. Thank you for effing me up. The Heisenberg. It's all appreciated though. Honestly, it's really nice. Thank you. Because it does support the stream when you donate to those things, whatever they are. I forgot what they're called. I don't know. So it is always a very, very appreciated when when people help out. Well, I just realised that Jules I'm sending, it costs a few bucks. But I'll keep spending. I'll keep sending. Yeah, no problem. Oh yeah, someone else is supposed to F me up. Anyway, let's keep on refactoring. Oh, that's what I was supposed to do. I was supposed to restart the music. For some reason, it's... oh dear. Give me a second. The YouTube sometimes just decides to not work. Let's go with stage 3. It's always a great track, this. Good old beach theme. Alright, let's keep on keeping on. Right. Right, so sync 2, sync 2, sync 2, all the way through. Right, so we got access. I think I missed some. If I did a search and replace, it would break everything, so I'm trying to be a bit careful here. The only difference, by the way, guys, is that Synchronization 2 just has more access masks. Well, access masks? Is that right? Yeah. And stages. They ran out of stages, so they had to like define numbers instead. Rather than... There we go. Okay, so that's number 2 done. That should have not broken anything. Now Coding Jesus is just making funny videos. Oh, really? Admittedly, I haven't checked him out in a while. I'm not going to lie. Access masks. Yeah, there we go. I'm kind of... you know, I'm going to look that up. I'm kind of curious what he's been up to. Right. So... yeah. What else do I want to do before I start attacking everything? Run particle compute. I think that's fine. Run compute part because we do need to run the compute before the draw as part of the passes. I think we're good actually. I think that's like a better. The code is in a better state. Doing that what we've just done. So oh no, that is. Nothing to do with anything. Git status. Git add. Oh, I'm in the build directory. Let's get out of there. Git add. So what I'm just going to commit here is cleaned up duplicated code. There we go. I have a bunch of deleted code, which is lovely. More, almost double than inserted, which is all good. Same amount of stuff. Yo, give me some tips. So Goth Slayer says, yo, give me some tips. I'm... sorry, so my laptop has become over temperature. Here is too hot. I don't have an AC in my home. I would get a fan that you can plug into the USB slot. It's like I'll pause this. Whoops, pause this real quick. And I've got to go in private browser because Amazon will just dox me. So like it's called a laptop. A USB fan, I think, is what you want to be doing. Like cooling fan, even. No, why did I do that? What is this? Oh my goodness, let's just. Yeah, okay, thank you. That's what I go for. A cooling pad, that's the one. They're a bit kind of clumsy, admittedly, but that will help your computer from overheating. I would also look into maybe, if you can, do this. This is your own risk. I'm not saying you should do this, but if it's possible to open up the laptop, you know, get out the dust. But this is like a good thing. You basically put it underneath the laptop and it kind of blows air on it. So that's like an option. Just make sure it's the right size. It's not as comfortable to put it on your lap, but it's like it's a cheap-ish solution. There's probably cheaper ones out honestly than this, but that's what I would personally use. Keep it shut off. But using them will heat up more since I'm going to plug it into my laptop. No, the airflow, assuming that you've got grills at the bottom of your laptop, will receive more air than the energy put out. A fan, it basically consumes no energy at all. It's like really, really cheap. It's like hardly any voltage. You won't notice any difference in your battery or anything like that. Anyway, that's what I've used with all the laptops that need them. 15 is that? It's a HP 15-inch. But yeah, that's what I would do. All right, so I'm gonna concentrate on this for a bit, okay? I feel like I've talked a lot recently. So now we want a new buffer accessible here as well. All right, so in here we need the particle set. So I'm going to steal this from here, and hopefully now we have access hopefully to the particle set stuff. And I'm also going to steal the vertex shader. Just need the particle set data. So we can actually... hang on. No, I'm being dumb. I'm being super stupid. This is not going to work. Yeah, this is stupid. This is stupid. The whole point of having this was to only do it in the vertex shader. And I can easily do that. So I'm going to change the transformation. Okay, so let's do particle set. Let's change the position, right? Yeah, sorry, I was being a bit dumb then. Okay, so hopefully I can control Z. No, I can't. Okay, that's not good. I don't want anything. Okay, cool. That's fine. Right, so what we're going to do is go into our particle renderer. Yeah. And what we're going to do... Oh, we've got more of this still. Fine. I'll just fix this real quick. This won't take too long. I missed some. As it goes, you always miss something. Alright, cool. Anyway, what I'm going to do is change... so when I create the particle set, what I need to do is change the position from not 0, 0. So we need to change this to, I don't know. Let's just change this to 08 because it's really obvious. So 08. And that's going to be above. And we are using particle set 1. So when we use particle set 1 in the vertex shader, we need to be able to move its position of all the particles. So every particle in the particle set needs to be transformed by this. And this is quite straightforward because we can get the particle set like this, which is complete chill beans. As far as I'm aware, if we have a transform matrix, we multiply that by position. So I'm going to do this a bit differently. So yeah, we need to take, yes, we just need to do it here, particle set. Actually all this is going to be the thing that we need. Particle set dot transform multiply. And assuming that is correct, that should be it. I don't know, Mon, probably it's... That's it. That's it, guys. Alright, so let's see. What are you guys talking about? I've literally lost track of what you guys... Whoa. Okay, so that did not work out very well, did it? So it looks like I need to do the transform before that point. So yeah. So we need to take this data and do the transform before the billboard stuff. So particle. Hello, Mabdo. How you doing, dude? Oh, you're trying to get us to join your Lux Maxing course, I see. I have to say that it's probably already attractive enough. I don't want to be too attractive. It gets bothersome after a while. All the attention from all the girls in the world. It's like, gosh. Right, anyway. Alright, so we need to multiply it like this. And like that. And I think we need a vec4 here. Otherwise, we're going to end up with a... Yeah, I'm going to have to make this a vec4, I think, because the transform is also a vec4. Wait, could we make this a... No, we need the position change as well. So this needs to be a vec4. And... Escape point, help me out, brother. Yeah. With great power comes great responsibility, and I unfortunately have to be responsible with this power. Alright. So, what should I call this? So particle position. That'll do. I don't think that's really complicated. So if we take that, multiply by that, we should, in theory, do the billboard transform after the things have moved. And we should end up with a different position for that explosion. Yep, got to get a chisel and hammer. That's how it's done. The only way to look like Squidward, handsome Squidward, is to get out the chisel and hammer. The peak male beauty standard. Handsome Squidward. Oh, this needs to be a. Yeah, of course. Oh yeah, we can easily do that. X, Y, Z. Teachers don't play. That's it. Only teach, don't play, yeah. You are attractive to me, escape. Oh, thank you. There we go. Hopefully the coding speak for itself, you know? Right, so... No, that did something even weirder. What on earth is happening? I just transformed it. I didn't do any scaling. So... Oh, I did it. Oh, whoops. I did it twice. That's what happened. I did the transform twice. Not where I want to anyway. So... Okay. Interesting. So it did transform, but we lost... What the heck? Oh, I'm being stupid, I think. Yeah, let's just... I'm close, but I'm not quite right. Let me comment this out. I think I've transformed the wrong thing. I need to move the actual vertices, not the... Let's throw this in here real quick. Yeah, I'm transforming the wrong thing. So, yeah, I'm just going to go back because I want to make sure this is correct. Yeah, so this is the actual individual particle position. That needs to stay the same. What I need to transform is these two. These are the guys I need to transform. Right, so we need to do the multiplication on that guy. Not what I was doing just before, which is completely wrong. So, position, this needs to be like this. Particle position, then this is the X and Y. I assume that's correct. Oh, particle set. Oh, it's not identified, sure. Yeah, let's bring these together so it's easier to read. And Let's do this. That's fine as well. Oh, really? Whoa. Whoa, 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 whoa. Huh. Okay, I've really buggered it up there. I don't quite understand, like, where this transform needs to go. Okay, so there's the actual... Oh, you mean coaches I teach and play? I think, afraid you... Oh, I did it again. I did a double transform. Okay, so let's do that again. I keep... Right, we need to not... we need to not accidentally do double transforms. That's messing everything up completely. Alright, so let's move this down here and get rid of this bloody second transform that I'm doing. Let's flatten everything out to... right, so that's the particle position. Right, so hopefully that's good. Nope. And we didn't do this twice. What are we transforming then? Oh wait, I think I was right first time. I think what's happening here, I think if I look at my... Yeah, let's look at the GLS. Okay, let's look at... let's get render doc open and just look at what's in particle set. I think in particle set we might be scaling something unnecessarily in the Y direction. Sorry, I think I've got a 256 scale by 256 scale in X and Y, but not in Z, and I think that's messing everything up. Let's have a look. And I think I can easily show that by not even rerunning anything. So in render doc, we have pipeline stage, shader, and we have the particle set, right? Yeah. Okay, so we have a scale here that's screwing everything up completely. Yeah, so the 250. I did see that earlier, so it just reminded me then. Why are we scaling something by that? So that needs to go into the 2D renderer. The set that we're using, button size, is screwing everything up. So it's the second argument in this. Scale, right? Yeah, okay, we can add that in. We can add that in. But this needs to be not 2D, it needs to be 3D. Yeah, so this needs to be a 3 scale. Yeah, we can add a scale in. But this time I'm not going to call it button size, so that makes no sense. It's going to be called particle scale. And right now it's just going to be 1.1. Right? Alright, cool. Wait. Oh, I didn't change it in the, here. Yes. Alright. Okay, so let's give this a run. We shouldn't see any... Oh, particle positions unidentified. Yeah, I think I just need to... Let's just position twice. Yeah, okay. I'm gonna look at our... If it goes weird again, we'll look at it in render doc and see what it looks like now. There we go. So yeah, it's above us. Oh, someone... Okay, so we can actually transform it. Now let's see if the scale works. Thank you for the subscription to the YouTube channel. Escape point. Start making looks maxing videos. For real, if I actually did that, I'd probably be a good example of not what to do. Oh, I didn't scale in Z, so that just needs to be straight scale now. That's a mistake. So I'm going to go with much, much, much smaller. let's go with 1, right? So we're going to scale them down considerably. And hopefully we get like 10 times smaller particles. I don't know what that's going to look like, but yeah, that's a lot smaller. Oh man, I went from low-level programming to lux maxing. It happens to us all, man. It happens to us all. Alright, that's fantastic. Okay, so now we got different size particles. It's funny about I had like extensive braces when I was a kid, and ever since I've been a kid, ever since the braces, I've been forced to mew every single day of my life after that point. Just because I had to move my jaw. I had like jaw braces, if you know what I'm saying. So I always think it's kind of funny. Like, people talk about mewing, I'm like, I literally do it all the time, and nothing changed except for the braces, you know. Just kind of think it's a funny thing to think about. Right, okay, so we now have multiple particle sets that can be put in different positions, which is fantastic. So now we need to think about age, I think. Let's just see what's another low-hanging fruit based on that transform alone. Oh, same, Relix, you're the same as me. There we go. Well, my jawline did get sharper. It did, but that, I think it was due to the braces, not the mewing. That I just automatically do without any thought. Yeah. Alright, so we've got Did you resolve the delta time thing, and how did you solve it? Yes, I just stole the position of the last frame and then used the next frame. Delta time is actually just an expression where we can just multiply something together. Lux maxing is what programming is truly about, indeed. You've got to type on a keyboard and scroll on a mouse 24 hours a day to get those finger gains. Anyway. Right, what am I trying to do next? Let me think. Right, so we need to... Okay, so we've done that. I've left that as read, but let's call it shader because it's, you know, makes it easier to read. What do I want to do next? So we can put the positions... I think it is age. I think we do need age. You can just... Oh, wow. Angelic with Security is mogging us all right now. Finger mogged. What are we saying? This chat's gone nuts. Anyway, let's concentrate. I'm going to concentrate on this for a bit. Right, so we are... Okay, what do we need to do next? Age. We need to store the age somewhere in the actual particle. And once it hits a particular level, we need to deactivate it. Now, the problem is I don't really know how to do that efficiently outside of just not rendering it. So, for example, we do have delta time. We can just add that value to, I don't know. We need, where should we do the logic for this? So, yeah. We do, okay, so we need the... In the, what is it called? The descriptor set, sorry, the particle set, we need to have the age, the max age of our particle set, so we can have different particle sets, which is pretty straightforward. Which that means we need to have a max value, basically, a maxed age. And I don't really know, like 10 seconds? I don't really know. what a good max age is for like some kind of particle. Let's think. Let's go on our... Where's our particle set up? Okay, so in here we have a bunch of data. We have the transform. We have the array. Oh, we don't have color. Well, thank you for the subscription, whoever that was. Alright, so how much padding do we have? Okay, so we have color. I don't really care about the color right now, but I guess I should at least set it once, right? Let's just set the color once. Let's just set it all. And it's gonna. We've already got a texture that's colored, but let's just, I don't know, set the color arbitrarily to magenta, I guess. I don't know what this is going to look like, because we've got blue on magenta, which is going to be interesting. But I do want to see how that is affected. Oh, it's not. Oh, Vec4's plural. And it should change the... Bro, some like pimping happening out in the the chat right now. What the hell? Yeah, okay, that's chill. That's magenta mixed with blue. So yeah, we can set the color now, which is nice. Next is age. We've definitely got to do age. Age is the next important thing. Honestly, I kind of like that purple. I'm not gonna lie. I don't. It's kind of cool looking. Turn that off. Like a cloud of blue. Dark blue. It's kind of cool. Purpley blue. Right. So we need... Okay, so the particle set needs another piece of data in it. For now, I'll just leave it to white because the texture is defining the color, which is fine. But yeah, we can obviously tint it, add some materials. Then we need to... Okay, so age... Max age. And this is equal to 0. Yeah, what I might do actually is like try and... what am I saying a float for? It's stupid. So yeah, we need to go into our here and pull this out because we're not using it anywhere else, really. And put this in here. This is only where the particle set lives. So what I'm going to do is max age. And now I'm just going to not render it. I'm not going to do anything interesting with this. So, oops. This is all going to happen if the max age... Hang on. We need... If we're going to check that out, we need the particle set first. And then we need the instance first. Yeah, we need these two at least. And then the rest is particle based, right? Like, strictly particle. The reason I want to bring these together is so I can do an if. And then we need to particle data out, which is, we don't have anything in it yet. So, right now, I'm going to cheat a little bit. Oh, this is going to break. It's not going to break anything, but it's just going to make everything awkward. This is going to make me a bit sad, because I'm going to make this a Vec4. Actually, there's no point, really. Okay. Okay, so that's going to break. That's going to add a bunch of padding, which is going to make the buffer way bigger. which is 3. So this buffer's going to get massive in size in comparison. So component 4 is and age. So we're going to have age kind of concatenated into that. So position and age. We go into our compute shader. So position is new position and age. Because we're going to set the age based on. So this is these are all vec4s now. Okay, this is fine for a new position. Because what I could do, I think, is just for each frame add in a new variable into our shader, and that is going to store the delta time, right? No, we're gonna have to do the whole thing. It's fine. It's fine. So new position. That's fine. And hello, Ratchet. Hello. How you doing, dude? How's your? Are you? Hopefully you're enjoying your day. I was about to say how's your coding going, but I was like, wait, not everyone codes all the time every day. I know. They're trying to recruit me, Ratchet. Help. The e-pimps in the chat. No, it's fine. We're just goofing around a bit. We started talking about lux maxing, and that's where it led us. Right. So I'm trying to add age into. So for those who are watching outside of being goofing around in chat, I'm trying to add age into the particle, so we can not render it after a certain point. So we can truly have some kind of nice effect that doesn't just continuously add more particles into the scene. Although this is getting a bit limited. So I've tried to pack the position and age together. Because we kind of need to do a new vec plus delta. So this needs to be... So yeah, new position. Maybe this will work. I don't know. Let's just see. X, Y, Z. And then new position W. I guess an age. You could not code, crazy. What? What do you mean? I could not code. I couldn't code what to. Right. So old position. Yep. Dot .xyz. And then old position W. So I'm about to make my particles like way bigger than they need to be. They need to be obviously small as possible. And okay, so we're just going to add the delta time. And I don't really know how. So our current time is calculator. So 1 over 600. I know it's like 0.000 whatever. But I need to also then figure out, if I set this to 1, how long is that going to live? Like 1 second. I think that's fine. We'll see, we'll see. As in, it's... Oh, is this not possible to code all the time? Yeah, that's true. I mean, it's the only hobby that's valid. Bro is trying to make a lux maxing game, indeed. Nah, coding is good. I think I actually like it. Nice, nice. I did open up my renderer to code something. I thought of you. So you got me there. There we go. There we go. Hell yeah. Oh yeah, you got to commit at least every 5 minutes to be a cracked developer. All right, so delta time. Then in our compute shader, what we're gonna do? Oh, we need to make sure we need to make sure this works in the particle renderer. It's gonna make me sad, but we'll worry about data packing later though. And age. The reason that it's not good is because the padding that I'm gonna have to add in. Even with scalar block layout, when I have a buffer in GLSL, for some reason that is accessed by a buffer device address, it needs to be padded. Don't know why. By 16 every single time. So now if I go into the vertex shader, we should have a script that commits every second. Ah, I see. So a true connoisseur. That, you know what? Some people legit think like that. It's pretty sad. Right, so if the particle data on the particle set that we're interested in. Oh, wrong. Okay, no, that is correct. So we need the particle set. Position it. Oh, we need to change everything here as well. Oh, yeah, it's position and age. Okay, so position and age. Age. There we go. Okay. And it's gonna be it's fine. Just XYZ it. XYZ. Morning, Mika. How you doing, dude? Hopefully you had a good night's sleep. Too bad. GitHub mans. Yeah. Yeah, it's pretty, Do people... I know we joke about this every now and again. Do people actually, like... I don't actually know if people legit flex on each other based on how many commits they do. Like, look at my green dots, bro. You're definitely... You can't lecture me on coding. You're actually worse than me, kind of thing. Alright, so the max age... And we get the particle data per instance. Okay, we did that. Alright, so if this is large, then we don't do anything. Does it generate AI commits? No, it just picks random words from a language dictionary. Ah, yes. Oh, okay, people do actually do that. See, I feel like a bit of an outsider, honestly, when it comes to my, like, what I'm doing. Okay, so obviously this isn't ideal, but I want to just test it. So this is probably going to cause all sorts of issues. Let's see. So don't expect this to work off of rip. People flex on green dots in social media. Jeez. What a strange thing to flex on. Did they ever, like, what was it? Who? I think it was Bill Gates, actually. I know Bill Gates isn't, like, a cool guy anymore. But he said, like, measuring lines of code... Measuring quality of code by lines of code. It's like measuring, the quality of an airplane by how much it weighs. And I feel like the same thing with commits. If you're commit spamming, like it's the same problem. So I don't really get it, to be honest. All right. Oh yeah, you're on Code Burge. I've heard that's like the cooler one. Yeah, anyone worth a salt knows that the green dots can be gamed 100%. 65 on the particle renderer comp. What can't you do? Dot products. Say what? Okay. You can't do that? I don't know what the syntax error is here. Have I missed something? Like a semicolon? So, can you do... I thought you could do this in shaders where you can only assign like half of it. Oh! Right, okay, so I'm being daft here, obviously. I've just noticed my mistake. Well, at least part of it, anyway. So we need to obviously have an unassigned variable, then we can do this. Right. Yeah, okay. Who liked Bill Gates ever? Well, I think he was a cool guy at one point. Okay, that's a lie. Okay, he was a cool guy to business bros for a while. Have you ever heard the Malcolm Gladwell 10,000 hours thing that was popularized in the book Outliers? Malcolm Gladwell uses Bill Gates as like an example of like I think it's Bill Gates actually. I could be wrong. It could be like Larry, but I can't remember. I think it was Bill Gates though. To say like he was so good at coding because he put 10,000 hours in when he was very young. Hopefully we don't see another recovery stream from them. Lots of yeah, no one likes him. I think yeah, I don't really have strong opinions about this type of stuff. I'm not gonna lie. All right, so let's see. Now, does eventually these disappear or? Oh, I don't think I've set the max. Yeah, I don't think I've set. Yeah, we're just gonna get uninitialized data. I agree with Bill Gates not measure productivity by lines of code, but I think it can still be part of a compound metric. Yeah. Yeah, I can see that. Oh, it is 0. Interesting. So if I haven't assigned it, let's see. Oh, I probably want to make this a float, actually, don't I? Yeah, let's change things a little bit. So we're comparing apples to apples, and kick-ass music. Let's go. Yeah, I feel like generally it's like a good metric. If we're going to talk about metrics, I think it's kind of tricky though. It's not. I'm not going to say it's perfect. Is how fast can you do something? Well, right. At the end of the day, if you can implement like a particle renderer in 5 days versus someone who can do it in 5 weeks, and it's the same thing, then assuming that's the same level of quality, then that's like it shows that you're a better programmer. Okay, so some of them dying now. I want to see some death. I think I need to make these bigger because they're a bit. Right, I'm just gonna wait around see if any of them die. The problem is they're getting more spread out, so I have no idea. I'm gonna stay in the middle. Nope. They should all be like roughly dying at the same time. So let's just see. Oh yeah, all that they've written a particle system before. That's true. That's true. Actually, I didn't think about that. There is that aspect of programming where if you're just more experienced, does that mean you're a better programmer? Kind of tricky. That's a really good point, actually. So yeah, so we need the age needs to be bigger than this, but I don't know if the age is actually increasing in any meaningful way at all. So it should be. So I'm just kind of adding a value here, but I'm gonna like maybe let's add like 10, right? Dot f times by delta time. So it's kind of like, all right. Now it should be increasing faster. Okay, so I'm just going to say the age currently is now 1 billion. So this shouldn't... Nothing should render. It depends on the project. I have been asked to integrate new Californian law compliance. Okay, none of this is working. About user data sharing in the game. And it took 3 months. Damn. That's intense. Of course, Callie is asking for the stupidest shit. I don't really have an opinion. I don't really know what's going on with California politics or whatever, but or laws. But yeah, that's yeah. I think you're also right there as well. It's if you've got compliance and it's like difficult. Okay, so if this is always less, okay? So I'm gonna check if this age thing's even doing anything, right? Yeah, okay, so nothing's rendered. Thank you. That's what I wanted. As far as I'm aware, this should be increasing in value. If the particle data of a thing is equal to that, then it shouldn't render at all with this because it's bigger than 1. Unless we got uninitialized, I don't really know. Let's just check. If we're going to my 2D renderer, my particle renderer, and I don't really set the data. Let's set it. I set it to 0 though, so it shouldn't have done anything, to be honest. Max age, all right, equals 1. 1.f, yeah, 1.f. Okay, that's fine. I'm just going to let that run for a bit. Callie asks you to fix mags to your AR-15 from the chamber. Maybe even turn complete bolt action. I don't know. At that point, just grab a Q fix. I don't really know about that kind of stuff, but yeah, this is I don't want to get into politics just because it's a very slippery slope if we start talking about laws. But yes, I just want to say that, yeah, Mika is onto something there. So I'm just going to wait around, see if a particle dies. Okay, let's just, I don't think it's going to do it. The intention was good, but they put together a share and sell, which is quite stupid. Games are routinely sharing data with third parties just to make it work. For example, share reach persistence. Yeah, that makes sense. I can imagine it's quite frustrating dealing with like an uninformed, well-intended law. But yeah, just I don't mind people talking about laws and kind of like game-specific stuff, but if it starts to drift into like controversial hot topics when it comes to politics, then we should put the lid on that, just because, you know, this is not really the place to talk about, you know, that type of thing. And Angelica is cutie. You're not in trouble. I'm just like explaining. I don't want to. I don't want to eventually, you know, end up, you know, yelling at each other for some silly politics thing that was not even relevant to the stream. Considering that we went from talking about what coding Jesus to courses to lux maxing to what was it? Coding Jesus to courses to mogging to lux maxing to OnlyFans, right? So we all went, you know how discussions go. Yeah. I just wanted to make sure you weren't being singled. You didn't feel like you're being singled out, in particular. Anyway, rated M duck game. Yeah, we've got to rate it. Yeah, it's going to be a bloody duck game. Gore. There's going to be rubber duck murders everywhere. Rubber ducks are going to be taking rubber duck drugs, which is probably just water or something. I don't know. Or soap, because they're in the bath. Those dirty rubber ducks. Snorting soap. I don't know what I'm talking about. Anyway, right. Right, 1.f times by dt. So, I don't really understand why this is not transferring over. It's possible that the W factor is not getting any value. But what I'm going to do actually is, yeah, let's look in RenderDoc. I think this is just a RenderDoc situation yet again. Oh, what? Now nothing's rendering. I'm confused. What? Okay. That's what I wanted to see originally, but now it's working. But it's working too quickly. All right. Fine. Let's do 0.1, I guess. Oops. Or 0.01. So that's going to be like, this should be rendering, right? Nope. Okay. So now nothing's rendering. Yeah, let's just see if, you know, this renders anything, and this condition makes sense, right? So, right, we'll run this one more time, and then we'll get it into RenderDoc. Ah, that's it. Taking bath salts. That's TT's got it there. They're taking bath salts. I like that. Yeah, you're probably right there. I actually had no idea the game rating system in the UK. Actually, no idea. What is it? It is different. I can't. I think it's literally just 18. I think it's the same as movies. I think we have 18 plus games. You know. Or maybe I actually don't know. So yeah, anyway, let's throw this into RenderDoc. Why have we got less buffers? I don't know. Yeah, I would have to Google it, to be honest. I can't remember. I don't have any games near me at the moment. Or game cases, you know what I mean? Anyway, so let's throw this into RenderDoc and see what the data is. What am I doing? Because the data is obviously bad. Do you have a 17 rating? That's what M is. Don't think so. I really don't think so. AO is 18 plus. I see. Don't worry, Steam's got you. It's super easy to rate your. Ah, nice. That's good to know. Yeah, ESRB. I can't remember. It's if you guys can do the googling, I'll let you do that. I completely forgot. It's something I just don't think about. I guess I should at some point, but yeah. So particle sets. Okay, RenderDoc. Let's get that in RenderDoc. Yeah, do a quick Google search. Just one of them. While I Oh, that's true. Yeah, we might have, because of Brexit, we might have changed it. Actually, that's a good point. Again, clueless. We have the bloody British rating system, where it gives cups of teas for how rude it is. If it's very rude, then it's got 5 cups of tea, because that's how many you need before you play the game. You know. I don't know what I'm saying. That's the Brexit geezer for you. Right, let's do that and copy the shaders in. Shader copy, copy, and we should be good. All good in the hood. Now we can probably look it up. What is the British, while we're compiling, game rating system? Let's have a quick Google search. I can guess I can turn it on because it's been off the whole time. Peggy, that's it. Yeah, it definitely is Peggy. So yeah, it's the Peggy system. So yeah, that's what it is. Yeah, so we basically have that's it. Yeah. So yeah, 3, 7, 12, 16, and 18, which is basically very similar to our movies. Our movies are very similar. And then, yeah, it has a bunch of obvious kind of extra content warning. Discrimination, that's a bit of a strange one. I've never seen that before. That's new. But yeah, that's what it is. Like Call of Duty, Astrobot, Donkey Kong, yeah. They're a bit insane, like violence in Astrobot, really. That's a 7. But anyway, that's yeah, it's the Peggy system. Anyways, I heard dollar store analogy in Britain is called Poundland. Is that true, or are people just memeing? No, it's true. Yeah, Poundland. Yeah, Poundland exists. They used to be Pound World, but they ended up going by the wayside. Right, so let's get this render doc in. But I didn't know that's what dollar store is actually. I assume, yeah. I don't know much about dollar store, to be honest. But I think I know what you mean. It's like everything's like supposed to be $1, but it really isn't, and it's usually cheap stuff. Right. Okay. So let's see how this looks in our pipeline stage. Pound well indeed. You wouldn't want to. Yeah, it's not what you. It's really funny actually. Poundworld gets like so many people like rob from Poundworld. I don't understand it. My game has all 8 content descriptions. Oh dear. Do you still have multi-processor compilation on? No. I haven't. I keep saying I'm going to do that and I don't. I apologize. I need to be beaten up. Alright, so the particle set stuff. Where is the oh yes. So max age is what? Is this max age? Is texture ID? It's max age is 1. Okay, there we go. Particle data. And okay, so it's never been added. Okay, so it's always 0. Yeah, discounted store. Yeah, that's. I think that's a very American term, to be honest. Discounted store. I don't know. It's just we never really say that. We just say the store name, actually, like Pound World or something. Your favorite game is E plus 10. Oh, I closed it now. Never mind. Is that? I assume that's a Zelda game. Because I know you've played, unless it's Minecraft, because you played that a lot as well. That has violence in, and it has discrimination in it as well. I don't know. All right. Right. So we're losing. It's pretty obvious that we're not adding a value, which I thought we were. Oh, I'm such a dumb idiot. I literally forgot to do this before we sent this up to the shader. Alright, never mind. Next is correcting. Did I mess around with this? So this, if this is max, so if max is bigger than particle age, there we go. Okay. Minecraft is Peggy 7, I see. It's a literal single flag on compilation takes. Where is it? Actually don't have to turn it on. Oh my, you have a lot of patience. If compilation is not sub-second, it breaks my flow state. Yeah, I need to turn it on. It's yeah, okay, so is it gonna do... Yay! We have age. Right, there we go. We have age. Fantastic. Okay. Let's see if I can just see. Right. Is there a turn on multi-build or something? It's some CMake. Is it a compilation flag? Like in... Yeah, let's see MSVC compilation flag. Multi-core compilation flag, right? Excuse my spelling, it's getting near the end. Just MP, yeah, okay. Right, it's just MP, okay, cool. Right, okay, so let's add that into our CMake. That's going to be trivial. Where do I do the MSVC specific stuff? I don't really have a good organization here. Let's see. There it is. Okay, so I think this is actually just part of Jolt, though. Where do I do mine, though? Blah, 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 blah. This is mine, I think? Yep, okay. Alright, so then we just do /MP, right? So let's reconfigure. And I'm just going to do a rebuild just to see if this is actually good. Last time you mentioned it, if you change the solution. Yeah, so we'll just, this is a big build for a whole rebuild, right? Why? I don't know why the output is stopped all of a sudden. But anyway, so yeah, maybe it didn't do it. Do I need to specify a number? Oh, yeah, I do. Okay. Right, so we can just stop that. Cancel. Let's say 8. I don't know if I need to do it next to it or what. We'll see. He'll complain otherwise, right? So. I don't know how many cores I have. Okay, that's a bit faster. Well, it immediately did that bit anyway. This is the slow part. How many cores do I have? You can look at Task Manager to see how many cores. Yeah, let's do that. Yeah, so it's only at 50%, so we can probably like spam it. I don't want to like completely. So we have where's our cores? We have processes, threads. That's not what I care about. Logical processes. Okay. And 6 cores. Okay, so we're a bit higher. We should be at 6. Yeah, I don't think I said in that how many cores I have. Oh, tab details. So, look for Visual Studio. Is that what we're looking for? Sort by CPU usage. Actually, it's probably better. So idle. Okay, so we're not really doing much. We're only at 17%. Bloody hell. Oh no, CL's got some stuff going on. No, I don't think it did anything. This is just as slow as it usually is. I'd do num threads. Compilation pretty heavy on IO. Yeah, thanks for looking up the model, thanks. Yeah, that's always annoyingly open because of bloody Rocket League. I need to disable it, to be honest. Because it gets in the way of the bloody end sight sometimes. Let's get rid of that while we're here. All my stupid. Yeah. Nope. Disable. Sorry. Yeah. Okay. So cannot. Yeah, it doesn't understand what I'm saying. Do I need to do MP8? Is that how it works? I should do MP6, shouldn't I? Never mind. I'm sure the oh, what is it called? The yeah, so this is still slow, sadly. Yeah, I don't know. I'll come back to this. This is not that important right now. Right, so I've got to wait for it to compile anyway. This is Jolt, by the way. This is like 90% Jolt's compilation. Yeah, I have set it in the CMake. I just don't see any speed difference at all. Unless I'm like hamstrung by memory. Like how much RAM I'm using. But I shouldn't be. As far as I'm aware, that's the syntax, right? So MP and then max number of I don't know if you don't do them in square brackets, do you? Yeah, it's even optional. Like we had this on earlier, and just to MP is an option to reduce total compilation source to /MP causes compiler to cause one or more copies of itself and cause separate processes. Okay, so it's a set. It doesn't really do threading; it just does a separate process. Is fine. Then these instances simultaneously compile source files. In some cases, the total time of the build. can be reduced significantly. Yeah, so the max number of processors is optional apparently. So let's look for MP. Let's get rid of this because that's actually optional. So obviously I can't regenerate, but I've been seeing and learning about Box 3D and plan to switch to Box 3D from Jolt before I really get into physics. Yeah, you'll have to let me know how that goes, Relics. If it's like Jolt has got some weirdness to it, which I've worked around in the end. Only 3 hours ago. Oh, about to be... Oh, wait, I'm just streaming, yeah. I did start a bit later. Alright, is this finished finally? Good. Good. Alright, cool. Okay, anyway. So, what do we have at the moment? We have... particles that die. But they don't really get deleted from memory, so... I think what I might need to do as well is in the compute shader is not do the computation based on the set that we're messing with. Maybe? Okay, so that's a bit tricky because we're going to be doing the compute shader every single time. And it's going to be like kind of... Yeah, let's look at the Obsidian real quick. And... no. What on earth do? You do a size, position, particles per second, so that's spawn rate. Color, light, particle type, which is the AI, which I'm probably not going to do. Initial age, so that's the lifetime of the object. Max particles. Right, okay, so... I don't really see... what am I looking for? Right, so... Now, the reason that the thing looks kind of bad is because we need to kind of add like a small variance in age. So if we just do like a random value... So I think, honestly, if we do something like this... I know it seems kind of strange, but... Like this. Hello, Kalia. How you doing, dude? So this returns a float, I thought. Hey, I'm not bad. Just working on particle effects. We're just trying to, I'm trying to randomize a little bit the death of some particles. So, you know, effects look a little bit, you know, don't look as stupid as everything just being wiped at once. So, yeah, I'm trying to figure out how to do that. But for some reason, 67, oh, line 67. No, it's, okay, that's the right line. What does this return? This returns a float, right? I think what we need to do is just use this twice. Hang on. So this is just another random value. I actually don't know if this is more efficient. Because sometimes storing values is way worse than actually reusing this, just recomputing the values. I don't know, but I'm not going to worry about it right now. Yeah, let's just not worry about it. So... syntax error, which is the worst type of compilation error you can get. Oh, I see what I've done wrong. There we go. I think that should be it. Yep, there we go. So the furthest ones out had been deleted first. in wage, it looks like. Obviously that's a bit too slow, but yeah, that's something. Right, so yeah, if I was to do another random number like this, let's just see how that goes. Okay, yeah, that's good. So it deleted all the top ones, which is strange. Huh. Why is it done that? Strange, very strange. Let's increase the speed. So we can just, you know, obviously take all this, increase it by 10 or something. I'm just kind of messing around just to see, you know, what looks better, right? How interesting, look at that. It has deleted, like, a cone of them. Only a cone of them that lives. Which is strange. And some of them live for a very long time, which I don't understand. I mean, sure, because it's random numbers, but surely that doesn't make any sense. You know, if I was to increase it to 100, they should almost be instantly deleted, no matter what the values are. Ah, unless some of the values are 0, right? Or that's what's happening here, right? Like, it doesn't matter like how many times I multiply this value. If it's 0, then it's 0. Right, yeah, that makes sense. So the value here cannot be 0, otherwise it's just never going to die. It's still doing the same thing. Doing stuff in computer shaders is strange. What on earth is going on? Right, okay. So if I just do rand 1. Yeah, I guess I just want it to be deleted randomly, not just, I don't know, rand 2, I guess? I don't really know. Right, rand 2, maybe? I kind of just want, like, random deletions, not, like, in a cone. I don't really know what's going on. Yeah, see, it's, like, deleting them in a... That is kind of cool, though, I'm not gonna lie. But then it, like, takes forever to delete them from one side. Like, forever. Like... Which looks cool, but it's like not deliberate, which is obviously the problem. What are you RNG, what RNG are you using? Just like a standard RNG that I found online. It just takes in 2 values, and I think it just picks a random number between them, as far as I'm aware, but I could be completely wrong here. It has been difficult to get like the random number. What I really meant to do, I think I meant to do this before the stream, but I think Ace Roller has like he put like a random. I should look this up. Whatever he is, let's see. Alright, actually, no, I've got too many bloody I'm subscribed to too many people. No complaints though. I actually like being subscribed to a ton of people. He has in his video, I should have looked this up before, but on Perlin Noise, he quickly flashes on the screen. Yes. A hashing, like a random. It's somewhere in the middle. After he's explained Oh no, it's not. It's in this one. But the problem is, I think this is even longer. Yeah, I don't know. I need to find what he found. I don't know what algorithm he used. Alright, so let's look it up. So, yeah, random number generate. Like basic random number generators. Rand 0 and Rand 1 are dependent on data index, and Rand 2 is dependent on... Yes, that is true. The problem is I also struggled with... this is also what we're going to be doing as well. Well, what I was planning to do, but we did other things instead. It was actually... What we need to do is get new data into the random number generator, right? At the moment, there isn't a way... What we could do, actually, just we could just say a seed, right? The problem is we have a... No, we don't. We don't really have any access to these things. We don't really have any data to pass in that's like unique every single time. But maybe... we could pass in... Right, hear me out. This might be a bit nuts, but... Instead of this, we take this here, and we just like randomize over that as well in the XY direction. I know it's still dependent on data index, but maybe this is going to give us like a... Yes, thank you. I would love... I need a new random number generator. And learn how to do it properly, basically. Yes, thank you, Ratchet. So let's look this up. Isn't that the one that C++ uses? Interesting. Anyway, and let's see. So I don't really need to go super crazy. Oh. With the RNG-ness. But I literally just need to like generate random numbers regardless of what the input is. But I know that's not really feasible, I don't think. So what is this? Is this the PCG random number generator ported from the NP? Okay, so some package. This code is loosely copied from this thing by Mark. All right, so there's some copyright or copy stuff here. So I assume this returns a number based on a number. Yeah, so we also need to pick. Let's just see what I did. Okay, that's slightly better. Yeah, so if I increase that... I feel like we're going to get one left. Yeah, this guy's not going to ever be deleted. Because that's just going to be 0. So plus 1 times by... I'm just going to kind of just squeeze this in here. and just see if we can get like remotely close to what we're after. Yeah, I'm gonna have to study what you sent me there. Actually, I think it's really good though. So I do appreciate it. Oh, everything's been deleted, which is good. That's a good sign. Oh, I think the +1 is... Really? Oh, I guess it's really sensitive, of course, to... Oh, there we go. That was decent. And it deleted everything. So let's do that again. I kind of moved away too quick, expecting everything to... There we go. Obviously, it's not ideal. I think we're going to have to do more work on that, but that's generally how we need to do things, I think. So back in the day when I started, AI suggested to put me onto PCG. I was using it as a seed. I passed in a random value generated on the CPU side as a uniform variable. Yeah, that's the GLSL implementation. The second link is the GLSL implementation. You will need to maintain an int state variable for the RNG. Yeah, that's it. That's the problems right now. I'm struggling with is in this compute shader. I probably need something. I just need something to pass in. That's just like a random variable because each. But it needs to happen for each instantiation, right? But anyway, I'm going to show my Discord server for anyone who's joined. I hope you've enjoyed this stream. I know it was a bit of a shorter one. Only like 4 hours or so. I will give you a link. We have kind of got where we need to. Where our particles have improved. They're not ideal yet, but we're getting there. We've got particle sets. Moving along, we have a prototypical explosion, I guess. So yeah, I need to improve what we've got here. I think so. I'll leave it here. Hopefully you've enjoyed the fact that I got the stream thingy working. So hopefully you enjoyed that. I got PCG from the GP Discord. Got ya. Right, I will leave it all here. I hope you have a great day. Thank you for anyone who's likes and subscribed, and you know, all the lovely donations. It's always very much appreciated. And yeah, I'll see you all, guys. I'll see you all soon. All right.